Um, Petus, thank you so much. I appreciate that. All of y'all are so kind. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you think God is real. You're not driving. That's the other one. So just keep on double tapping on that screen. Do you paint your nails too? Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Right now?
Oh, the yeehaw. Thank you so much. What up? I appreciate that. Matthew, you need to come back to the app. Otherwise, I can't hear you. You got like 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay. That's fine. But keep on double. Let's get all the way up to 10K likes. If you're just rolling in, good morning, everybody. Hope all having a good day. What's up? How's it going?
What's up?
Thanks. Appreciate it. How old are you?
18.
What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
That does not involve personal experience.
Yeah, like I just don't want like an anecdote. I don't want like a story from your life. I want like an argument or like historical evidence or like, scientific evidence.
I mean, but wouldn't like that be the way everybody would start believing?
Personal experience? I hope not.
Why do you hope not?
Yeah, because I think that we should be grounding our beliefs in logic rather than experiences that are easily explainable without God. Like, if you have like a grandma who recovered from cancer, I don't think that's evidence for the existence of God. I think that's evidence for the effectiveness of medicine. LJ, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So do you have an argument or do you not have an argument? Or do you want me to make an argument if you don't have an argument?
Yeah, I want to hear what you got to say.
It's just going to be the Epicurean paradox. AJ, thank you so much for the heart me. So there's evils in the world that are completely morally unjustifiable, like the unaliving of children is like grotesque and evil, and it could in no way serve like the greater good in the world. So if God doesn't know about these things, then he's not all-knowing. But if he does know and doesn't do anything about it, or because he doesn't have the power, then he's not all-powerful. But if he does have the power and does know about these things, but chooses not to stop them, then God is not all good. So God cannot be all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good at the same time.
I mean, but he can, though. The reason that those things happen here is because, I mean, I've already seen some of your lives when you're talking about, Adam and Eve, when they ate it, why did God let them eat it if they're not perfect or whatever? You said...
Thanks, Ed.
But when that happened...
Thanks, VHS.
That's when sin was created and sin came all over the world. So anything that happens, that's like the natural disasters that you're talking about. Anything evil that comes over the world wasn't God's doing, because at this point, this isn't Jesus' earth anymore. It became Satan's as soon as they disobeyed him.
Oh, that's nice, but that's just like that just leads to a rejection of science, because we know scientifically that there were earthquakes long before humans existed.
So then what's your point with the earthquakes?
Yeah. So just that earthquakes are like gratuitously evil. They take the lives of children. They don't serve like a greater good purpose. I mean, if they do, presumably God has the power to bring about this greater good without the existence of like earthquakes taking people's lives. It just seems like the world would be much better off without earthquakes.
I mean, obviously, but like I just said, like all those things happened after the sin came over the world.
And like I said, that's not true, because earthquakes happened before humans, but sin happened after humans. So earthquakes necessarily happened before, necessarily happened before sin, which means that sin cannot be the cause of earthquakes.
So you know the exact date and time and place when Adam and Eve were created?
Well, we know that humans have existed for around 200,000 years.
Well, that wasn't my question. I asked if you knew when Adam
I don't believe in Adam and Eve.
So then, I mean, I don't get how you're going to just like knock what I was saying if you're not,
Yeah, it's called an internal critique. So I'm presupposing the truth of your worldview, and then I'm finding contradictions. Here's the argument. So we know that earthquakes have existed for as long as tectonic plates have existed. This is how like mountains formed, for example. We know that Pangea was split apart by certain earthquakes, which is really strong evidence that earthquakes existed before humans existed, because Pangea split apart like 1 billion years ago, whereas humans have only existed for, I don't know, 200,000 years. So if earthquakes have existed for 1 billion years, then that means that they're older than humans. If earthquakes are older than humans, then they're older than sin. If earthquakes are older than sin, then they can't be caused by sin. That's the argument.
Oh, okay. Does it like say any? Or you just said you don't believe in them, so I mean that wouldn't mean anything. So you think you don't believe in God either, right?
Well, yeah, that is like the background, right? Like God isn't real, correct?
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, I've done heard you just gonna keep saying the same thing about how humans were created after earthquakes or whatever. But
Yeah. That's just like true, right? Like, why would I not want to believe true things?
I mean, God, he created the earth before he created Adam and Eve, so obviously the tectonic plates or whatever they're called were already there.
Yep.
And then he created the humans after. So, I mean, that goes together. Like you just said, earth was there before Adam and Eve.
Sounds good. So earthquakes existed before humans, which means that humans can't account for earthquakes.
Earth existed before Adam and Eve, and then that all went down, and that's when...
Yeah. So if God is all good, why would he create earthquakes?
I mean, like I said, he didn't. Satan did after they disobeyed God, and that's when sin was created.
That's not true. It seems like there's a bit of cognitive dissonance going on, because you just said that earthquakes existed before humans, but now you're saying that earthquakes only came about after humans.
That's not what I said at all. I said Earth existed before Adam and Eve.
Yeah, and you said that tectonic plates existed before Adam and Eve.
Yeah,
earthquakes caused tectonic plates, therefore the potential for earthquakes existed before Adam and Eve, which meant that they were going to happen regardless.
That's how the earth was made. So
yeah, cool. So why would God make the earth that way?
He never meant for earthquakes to happen. So.
Did God know that the creation of tectonic plates would lead to earthquakes?
I'm sure, but that's not what's going to happen. I mean, he didn't make them so earthquakes would happen.
But he knew that earthquakes would happen from these.
That's how the earth was formed.
Yeah, so he formed them knowing that it would cause earthquakes. So God caused earthquakes knowing that his actions would cause earthquakes. So God did earthquakes knowingly.
No, that's not true.
Oh, so which premise do you reject in that? That God created the tectonic plates, or that God knew that tectonic plates would cause earthquakes?
He created Earth.
Wait. The question was, which premise do you reject? I don't want like more yap. I just want to know which premise you reject.
Reject what? That?
Yeah. So do you reject that God knew earthquakes were going to result from tectonic plates? Or do you reject that God created tectonic plates?
I guess I reject that he created tectonic plates, if that makes you happy.
Yeah, sure. So who created tectonic plates?
I mean, God created the earth, so...
So God created tectonic plates?
Apparently so.
Okay, so God didn't create tectonic plates and also did create tectonic plates.
No, he did.
Did he or did he not?
I understand that I just rejected it, but no, he definitely did.
Okay, so which premise do you reject? That he created tectonic plates?
I don't reject either.
Oh, gotcha. So then you accept the conclusion that God caused earthquakes?
No, I don't, because you're not listening.
Okay, yeah, you certainly want to accept all the premises, but you want to reject the conclusion.
What do you think? He just made Earth, but nothing was on the inside of the Earth itself, like it was nothing. Like
he could have made it.
He had to form it some way.
Did God have the power to form it such that it didn't do earthquakes?
He did.
So why didn't he?
He did.
So then why do we have earthquakes?
Like I said, when sin came over the world, all natural disasters, that's when they came to life, pretty much. That's when...
So do you disagree that tectonic plates are the cause of earthquakes?
No, that's completely the cause of earthquakes.
Yeah, so God made tectonic plates. Tectonic plates cause earthquakes. So God created the cause of earthquakes, knowing that it would cause earthquakes.
When he made everything before sin was a thing, everything was perfect. So none of that would have happened. And then when sin came over the world, that's when it made things, sinful and not perfect. So
Yeah, so tectonic plates cause earthquakes just as like a matter of physics, right? So unless physics changed after the fall, if tectonic plates existed beforehand, then that means that the potential or the future existence of earthquakes was going to be an inevitability.
could you repeat that?
Yeah, so the cause of earthquakes, in addition to the tectonic plates, is the laws of physics. The laws of physics cause tectonic plates to cause earthquakes. Unless the laws of physics changed before the fall to after the fall, that means that there's like no account of why earthquakes would happen. So, do you think the laws of physics changed after the fall?
I mean, apparently.
Yeah, so which laws of physics specifically changed?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know my laws of physics. Sorry that I don't study up like you.
Did like gravity not exist before?
No, it did.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying that everything was perfect before, just how he wanted it to be, and everything was, like I said, perfect, and nothing was gonna harm anybody.
Yeah, it just seems an awful lot like God caused earthquakes.
But he didn't.
But he did because he made tectonic plates,
But he didn't, though.
and he made
But I'm telling
gravity,
you- but I'm
and
telling you,
gravity
when he made the
interacts
earth,
with
that he made
tectonic
it
plates
perfect.
such that it
I'm telling you
causes
right now, when he
earthquakes.
made Earth, he made it perfect. That's what I'm telling you right now.
And I've already explained to you like two reasons why that's not the case.
Because of science, and
Yeah, because of science. Yes, exactly.
do you believe in science more than anything else, huh?
I think that the scientific method is a good epistemology that it leads to reliable conclusions more often than not.
Science has been proven wrong many, many, many times.
Exactly. I believe that's why I say I believe in the scientific method, right? Because science is a process, not a product. Science is never done. It's a thing that is a continual, ongoing process of like gathering data, and then from gathering data, you come to new hypotheses and conclusions based on what the data points to. And if you ever get new data in the future that disproves old conclusions, then you throw out your old conclusions and you develop new conclusions, whereas religion is locked into nonsense that has been nonsense for 2,000 years that just requires like a fundamental rejection of reality in like kind of every conceivable way.
Okay, so I got a question. Like you said, obviously your background, you don't think Jesus is real. So when they found like his tomb and then, the nails that he was stuck to the cross on, you think that was just a bunch of,
Oh, they sure didn't find the nails. They didn't find any of that. But
his tomb?
yeah, they sure didn't. But so I think Jesus, like the person existed. I don't think Jesus was God. That's my contention.
So all those miracles that he made when he was on earth, you think
Didn't
those
happen.
Made up? You think those were just made up?
Yeah, it didn't happen. What's the evidence for any of them?
I mean, the Bible is the evidence.
Gotcha. So you're saying that the Bible is true
Yes,
because
I know.
the Bible
That's
is
exactly what I'm
true.
saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. The Bible is true.
Gotcha. So I would just say that the Bible is not true because the Bible is not true, if you think that's a good argument.
You said what?
The Bible is not true because the Bible is not true, if you think that that's a good argument.
Sure. That's a good argument. I'm not sure what you're saying.
Yeah, well, so you're saying the Bible is true because the Bible is true. I'm telling you the Bible is not true because the Bible is not true.
I mean, but it is though. Have you ever read Revelations?
Yeah, so this is just like another usage of like using the Bible to prove the Bible. Unless you want to point me to something in like actual reality that like Revelations like totally predicted way ahead of its time.
I'm not using the Bible I'm using the Bible to prove Jesus and God, because that's what the Bible leads to. So,
Well, you need to assert that the Bible is like a true text, right? Like otherwise, like why doesn't like a Spider-Man comic prove that Spider-Man is real?
because we know for 110% fact that Spider-Man was made up.
Yeah, and I would say that I know for 110% fact that the Bible was made up.
By who?
It was made up by whoever wrote it.
Which was?
It was written anonymously, but there's no existence of supernatural phenomena, which means that the supernatural events of the Bible necessarily did not happen.
Well, every story in the Bible is written from a different person. That's why there's names for different chapters and stories in the Bible. So you think those people were just...
Yeah, well, I think that... So in terms of like the supernatural events, I think they were just lying. Yeah, correct.
So they're talking about when Jesus turned water into wine and...
Didn't happen. No evidence. What's the evidence for this?
They seen it. They were there.
Yeah. Oh, wait. So could you tell me who wrote the Bible where or the book in the Bible where Jesus turned water into wine? Jailbreak, thank you so much.
I would have to go look in my Bible right now.
Yeah, so they're all written anonymously, so.
It's not.
Yeah, so then who is it written by?
Like I said, I have to go look in my Bible.
Well, I'm telling you, they were all written anonymously.
Just because I don't go.
Or
look in my Bible.
that's not strictly true. Some of them we know who the authors were, but for the ones that involve like miracles or people who witnessed Jesus, these ones were all written anonymously. So do you have anything else for me, or should I move on to the next guest?
I guess you can move on. But
All right. Well, appreciate you coming on up here. Hey, if you're just joining us, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support, and I thank you all very, very much. Let's get all the way up to 20K likes, though, so keep double tapping. Wait, do you have headphones or something? Oh, never mind. The echo's better. Libra, are you there?
Yeah.
Are you driving?
So
It sounds like you're driving. You can't be driving. That's like one of the only contentions is that you no driving. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yo, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yep. How old are you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm 40.
Yeah. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
What's your strongest existence for God not being real?
Wait, okay, sure. So my strongest argument is probably, I don't know, I like the problem of evil. I'm partial to it. Just that if God is all good, all powerful, and all knowing, then there's no reason that we would have like this gratuitous, completely unnecessary, completely unjustifiable evil in the world.
So your basis is on reason from your intellect, and, you know, for there to be a God, he would have to know more than you. He would have to transcend our intellectual thoughts. And if that be the case, then you could say that God could allow these things to happen, but yet still have the last word and be more intelligent.
So are you saying that for every evil thing that happens, that God has like a moral justification for why it brings about the greater good?
I would say that God knows more than us in our limited mind.
So what's the question that I asked you, and how do you think that answers it?
What question did you ask me?
Well, I'm not sure what it seems like you should know if you just answered it, but I'll tell you.
I'm just saying, but one of the reasons I got on here too, do you know, like, the oldest religion in the world?
Wait. Let's not be a pivoting Perry. Let's just like stick with the argument, right?
Pivoting Perry?
Yeah, a pivoting Perry. If you don't like that, I can like if that's
No, I'm good.
I can totally not
good,
call you
bro.
that if that upsets you.
No, not at all.
Okay,
I just thought it was funny.
Yeah. So, the question was just if God allows for these seemingly like gratuitous, unnecessary evils because he actually has like a moral justification for how all of these things bring about the greater good.
Yes.
Okay.
But
so God has a moral
even in
justification for any evil thing.
He would still know more than me. So God that can be figured out is not a God at all.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that my contention is not that we can't fully understand God, it's that we can't logically understand God, that God is innately illogical.
Exactly.
Gotcha, so God is illogical.
Logical, intellectual reasoning or any of that. Rather, it's through spirit. Before man ever had a language and used words, there was, I would say, something like an intuition or that small gut feeling.
Gotcha. So then if God's illogical, then it's all nonsense.
Not necessarily. It would be nonsense to your intellectual mind.
So to me and you and every other human, God is nonsense.
Not to me. But if you're trying to base your arguments on reason and logic, you're always going to fall short because God can't be He's knowable, but yet unknowable.
So then God is like, this is like just a perfect example of nonsense. So God is A, and God is also not A. It's just a direct contradiction, like definitionally.
Exactly, and so
It's just a contradiction. Gotcha. So your worldview again is nonsense.
in your intellectual mind. But I wanted to.
Do you have like a real argument? Like, there's not really like a way to engage with this, right? Like, you just come up here and say, well, God's nonsense. And I'm like, I agree. So it seems like we're just at an impasse because I'm not going to believe in something that's nonsense.
You're not going to believe in something according to your intellectual thinking, your reasoning.
Well, yeah, because contradictions don't exist. Is it possible the sun both exists and doesn't exist at the exact same time?
I mean, anything's possible with God.
You think it's possible for the sun to both exist and not exist at the exact same time?
If God wanted to do that, I don't put it past him.
Yeah, so this is just like crazy, right? Like, this is like a rejection outright of the law of
Can I ask you
non-contradiction.
a question though?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so when you go back to when humans first walked the earth, when you study it and you research it and you go all the way back in time from what we have in documentation, the history of it. So why is the whole reason that Jesus Christ became human? Why is that?
I mean, I would reject this, right? Like, I don't believe that Jesus Christ is God.
Okay.
So it doesn't really make sense to ask me
Why
about
do you
this
believe
because, like,
that,
I don't
though?
believe that that's the case.
What are you basing that on?
Yeah, because God entails contradictions and contradictions don't exist.
Okay, so the reason that Jesus became human,
I'm not really interested, right?
it's
Like, I
it's the
reject this.
incarnation,
I don't
dude.
care.
It's the most ancient thought, and it goes all the way back to the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that I reject this on just the grounds of logic.
What Christianity have you looked into?
I've looked into the Bible pretty extensively.
That's not enough that's not enough, bro. Like, before the Bible was written, for sure, and it was by God using man and the Holy Spirit. But before the Bible, there was a communal aspect of God where men and people in creation spoke to God without the Bible. Before the Bible was ever published, I mean, it was only published when the printing press came out.
And what's your point?
My point is that God communicated through humans, even if they didn't know or understand it all the way. If you follow like history, you'll see that God was revealing himself progressively to humanity as time went on. And then if you read the Bible, when you get to the book of Galatians, it says that Jesus Christ came in the fullness of time, meaning he came in his incarnation as
Yeah,
God
but of course,
and
like, I
man.
don't believe any of this, right? Because you've already said that God's illogical. So do you have anything else for me, or should I move on to the next guest?
It's not logical, and it's a contradiction that
Yes.
God.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
is the same thing Muslims
Yes.
say. That I don't believe that Jesus is God. This is the same thing that other religions say.
Sounds good. I don't know. Like, I concur. I'm not really sure.
If I was God and I wanted to communicate to humans even better, I would come down
Thanks,
as a
Ethan. Appreciate
human
it.
and eat amongst them and drink amongst them and know their pain as a human and be able to communicate. And there's a reason, dude, the incarnation.
Wait.
the
So
most-
wait. Do you have wait? I'm not really interested in, like,
Go ahead.
yeehaw. Thanks so much, Ethan. I appreciate it. I'm not really
Yeah,
interested in the
ride that
yapping. Not really
horse.
interested in the preaching. I just want, like, argumentation.
I
And
ain't no
it seems like
preacher.
you've kind of already conceded that, like, your God is illogical, that there are contradictions in the Christian worldview. I'm not really sure what the
There's
point is at that point.
contradictions
Wait.
in the
Do you have
Western Christian worldview.
wait? Do you have an argument for me, or is it just more preaching? Because
Well,
if
my
it's just more
argument to you
preaching,
is
if
don't
it's
be-
just
don't
more
look at the
preaching,
Christianity
I'm
in the
probably going to
West
move on to the next
has
guest.
denominations, but rather Christianity that started in the East. It didn't start in the West.
All right. Yeah, I'll be sure to do that. Thanks
Yep.
so much for coming on up here.
Have a good day, big dog.
Yep, you as well. Thanks so much for the donut, Ethan. I appreciate that. But keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you're enjoying the debates, make sure you're dropping a follow so you never miss a single one in the future. You want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Hell, thank you so much for the heart me. Both are in my bio. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Brando, what's up? How's it going? Or Bando, it is. Are you there?
Okay. You can hear me?
Yep. How old are you?
I'm
Mama,
40.
thank you so much. Trio, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Joe. You're how old?
I'm 40.
Yeah. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, my thing is, my concept of God is different.
Oh,
So,
could you just give me because I might be interested, I might not be interested. Could you give me like a definition of your God?
Okay, to me, God is the source. The source to me, our God has to be linked to the physical world, and I would say the God is the sun to our physical world, because everything comes from the solar.
So you just think that God is, do you think the sun has a mind?
Oh, that's a good question. No, I wouldn't say it has a mind.
So you just define the sun to be God?
In our physical world.
Okay.
In our, as a,
Yeah, I'm probably not interested in this, but I do appreciate you coming on up here. Yeah, I guess I just don't think that that's like a very interesting claim, right? Like if we just define like the sun and the sky to be God, then I guess like God exists because the sun exists. Hey, how's it going? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born?
What?
What year were you born?
What year?
Yeah.
Girl, why would you ask that?
Oh, because of this, right? Yeah. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
I'm 4.
Yeah. Gotcha. Waka waka. Yeah, so the reason I asked that is because you got to be 18 or older to come onto the live stream. If anybody else wants to be playing bingo right now, you could be watching the stream, but you could also be playing bingo. So if you want to go play bingo, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You can also join it at like discord.com/allegedlyian. I also notify you every time I go live, so you'll never miss a live because you'll always be notified. What's up, Matt? How's it going?
Ian, what's going on?
Yeah, how old are you?
18, 2005.
Yep, okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
And it's pretty obvious. There has to be a creator. Everything is formed the way it is for a reason. It's
Wait,
not
are you
like-
driving?
No, I'm in the car.
Okay, but you're not driving. Cool. Okay, that's
No.
fine. Yeah, so what about everything requires like a creator? What part of it?
It's obvious the way the earth is formed, it's really, it's, I don't know how to describe it. It's just perfect in a sense.
Yeah, so do you think the fact that the sun gives us cancer is perfect?
No.
Okay, so then the
I'm talking
world
about,
is not
the
perfect.
physical earth though.
Oh, okay, so do you think that the fact that the earth has earthquakes is perfect?
No, it's a natural disaster, but it happens.
Yeah, cool, so then the earth isn't perfect. Cube Wizard, Tashika, appreciate
Oh my
that.
gosh. No, but it's good. It's still good. It has trees, water, it has everything.
Oh, well, yeah,
It has
so...
everything we need for life, so it's still really good.
Yeah, because so it has everything we need for life because we evolved into this world. But your initial claim was that everything is so perfect it must require a creator. I then demonstrate how everything is in fact not perfect, which means that there's no justification for thinking that we need a creator.
All right, well, to be honest, though, just bringing up natural disasters doesn't mean that the world isn't good.
Well, so you can say that the world is like good or whatever, but your claim was that the world is perfect.
It is. It supplies us with life. We
Well,
wouldn't
but it's
live
not
on any
perfect
other
because
planet.
so is there anything better than perfection?
No.
Yeah, cool. So, if nothing is better than perfection, that implies that if I can give you a world that's better than the world we live in,
All right,
that the
you're
world we
going
live
off
in
the
wouldn't be
all right, you're
perfect.
going
So
off the
I'm pointing to the
technicality.
existence of like a world without earthquakes. That would be a better world than the one we live in. And because nothing is better than perfection, that means the world we live in is not perfect.
Okay, all right, Ian, you're just going off a technicality.
It's not a technicality. It's like just
It's
definitions.
not, okay, all right. It's not perfect, but it's still really good. All right, there you go. I fixed it.
Okay, cool. Wait,
can't
so then
keep
why
that.
would I take that to mean that God is real?
maybe that the way it formed, it's obvious there has to be a creator for it.
And why is that the case?
What do you mean? Everything is formed for a reason. There's no way everything just formed because of a Big Bang. That's
Oh,
like the
why
stupidest
not?
claim of all time.
What's the argument
What do
for
you mean,
that?
why not? How could a massive Earth form out of a Big Bang? Does that make any sense?
Well, yeah, just like a rapid expansion and the formation of matter combined with like forces like gravity
Okay, yeah,
give
you
rise
brought
to
that up
like
before,
massive
but
objects like
still,
planets.
I don't know about that.
So which would you reject gravity? Do you reject like atoms? Like which part of that do you reject?
Yeah, well, gravity. I brought this up before. Gravity is at like the perfect point where if it was a little bit more, the world would collapse on itself like a paper ball and smush. If it was a little bit less, we would all float out into space.
Oh, that's not
So,
the case, right? Because gravity, there's like planets where gravity is like way stronger.
Exactly. That's why we're on Earth for a reason. Because
Yeah,
here.
but that
Yeah.
contradicts your claim, right? Your claim was that if gravity was stronger, we would all get crushed like a paper ball. And I'm telling you
Yeah,
how
that's true.
that's in
That's
fact
true.
not the case, right? Because there's
That is the
planets where
case.
gravity is like
That
much
is the case.
stronger, like in Jupiter, for example, much stronger gravity, and it doesn't like get crushed like it doesn't crush itself like a paper ball.
Okay, yeah, that's why there's not life on those planets, though.
Oh yeah, sure. So
You can't live
do you
on
have
those
any
planets.
evidence that
there's
do you
no
have,
oxygen?
yeah? Do you have any
Yeah, maybe
evidence
because you
that
need to
we
be
have
on
the
moon.
exact
No,
right
no, no,
amount
no,
of
no.
gravity?
Everybody that's been on the moon has to wear something in order to breathe. It's
Yeah.
obvious this is the only planet where we could physically breathe on in the solar system.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So-
God is real. I would just say that Earth had permissible
What do you mean? I already
conditions
told
for
you
the formation
oxygen-
of life.
or, sorry, I told you the gravity thing. It's set to the perfect standard for human life.
But so what's the evidence for that? Do you have like a paper saying that?
There is it. The evidence is right in front of us. Every
No,
other
but do you have
planet
like a
inhabitable.
scientific paper that says that if gravity was any stronger or any weaker, that we would all just like cease to
Dude,
exist?
search it up. I don't know.
I've
How am
already
I supposed
searched
to
it
send
up.
you
I
a-
don't find anything.
Yeah, how am I supposed to send you a link?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take a second, you can go for it. But I want like a peer-reviewed study.
No, I'm not gonna go out because then it's gonna pause the thing. Look, just search it up.
So
on
sure, then
Google
I've
right now.
already
Oh my
searched.
God,
I've
oh my
already
God.
searched it up. Nothing comes
Dude,
up.
No, you've not searched it up. Search
I
up the
have.
gravity.
I have searched it up. I've searched many times. I've searched. If gravity was stronger, life wouldn't exist. There's literally no evidence for it,
It wouldn't exist. No other planet has life besides
and I'm
Earth.
waiting for the evidence of that.
What do you want me to say? How am I supposed to send you evidence?
Yeah, like a study, like a paper, like something of
I
that
don't know.
sort.
Just search it up. What do you
I've
want
already
me to
searched
say?
it up.
I don't know. You
Nothing
have
comes
Google
up.
for a reason.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do your job for you. Like, first of all, I have already searched it up.
No, it's
Second
not
of
my-
all, this is like literally your burden to prove.
No, but this is your job though because you're trying to spread misinformation without any evidence as well.
Wait,
So
you
I
were
don't know what you're
wait.
trying to
So
get at.
wait. First of all, no, I'm not. Second of all, you admit that you have no evidence.
I do have evidence. Why would I?
You just said that you have no evidence.
No, if I left, I'm on the phone. So if I left the TikTok, it would pause it. I would have to pull up Google. I'd have to search it up. Then what do you want me to do? Paste in the link?
Well, yeah, you just like read the name of the study off. I want like a study, like a peer-reviewed one. Like I go
What
into
study?
Google Scholar and like find me something.
Right now?
Yes, it's your claim.
You're in a setup. Can't you just search it up?
I've already searched it up. Nothing comes up.
Really? You've actually searched it up?
Yes, many times.
All right. So then why is there no life on the moon? There's more gravity there.
There's less gravity on the moon. First.
Okay. Yeah,
Second,
sorry,
I don't think
all
the moon has an atmosphere.
right. Exactly. The Earth has an atmosphere. The only
Yeah,
other planet
the
in our
Earth is
atmosphere
permissible
that
for
might be
life.
habitable is Mars.
The Earth is
Wait.
permissible for life, but there's no
Okay.
reason why life couldn't form. Or so, just like any planet that happens to be permissible for life
All right,
can
so you're
permit
telling
life.
me
It's
all
just
of
that
us-
simple.
Whoa, hold on. You're telling me humans just formed out of nowhere? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think that we came about via a process of abiogenesis.
Yeah, you've mentioned that before. Are you sure? That's
Yeah,
how everybody
pretty
formed?
well. Yeah, that seems to be like the leading scientific theory. Yeah.
All right, as I mentioned, in our solar system, Earth is the only habitable planet.
Yeah,
It's set
but so
perfectly
yeah, and
for life.
what I'm telling you is that the Earth is permissible for life. The Earth could certainly be better for life because it is permissible for life. Life formed after a long enough period of time. That's fine. This is all fine. None of this means that
Understood,
God is
understood.
real.
So
It
you're
just
telling
means
me a
that
Big Bang
there is a wide diversity of planets in our solar system. Some of them are certainly going to be permissible for life. Thank you so much for the
gotcha,
subscription.
gotcha.
I appreciate that, Ethan. Welcome to
So
the
you're
community.
telling
Thank
me
you.
that a Big Bang just creates everything perfectly, it
Do you-
seems.
yeah. So, and where do you think the universe comes from? Also, I reject perfect, and as do you.
Okay.
So, where do you think everything comes from?
Perfectly in a sense where we have everything provided to us for life. Obviously, there's some things that could still kill us, like the sun. But the sun also provides us life. Without the sun, we would die.
Yeah, could
So-
God have made the sun such that it doesn't give us skin cancer?
No, that's a contradiction. No,
Yeah, so what's the logical contradiction entailed by a sun that doesn't give us skin cancer?
well, you always bring up the sun giving cancer, but you know how much life it gives? It gives
Yeah.
plants,
So
trees.
okay. Yep. So there's like two worlds. So God could either create the world with the sun that gives us skin cancer and provides life, or he could make the world with the sun that doesn't give us skin cancer and
I know, but
provides
can't you
life.
bring up like other evidence though? Like you're only ever bringing up the sun giving cancer, even though
I'm sorry if you don't like the argument, but it seems like you just don't have an answer. Like if the argument
have
like
an answer.
is
I already
unanswerable
told-
to you,
oh, okay.
then that's just
But
like a good reason to not believe in
told
God.
you the
like
good outweighs
you
the
can't
bad
just
in
say
most
like
circumstances.
after you have no critique of the argument, you can't just be like, well, you know, that may be true, but could you just make a different argument? Like why would I? You clearly
no,
don't
because
have
you
an
always
answer
bring
to
up the
this
same
one.
argument. But I already told you the sun provides more good than bad. Obviously, it's bad that it's cancerous, but
Ethan,
it
thank you,
also
appreciate that.
provides life. I already told you without it.
Yeah. But could
So
God
I
have
don't know
made
what you
the
want.
could God have made the sun such that it does all of the good things but none of the bad things?
Wait, what?
Could God have made the sun such that it does all of the good things and none of the bad things?
He could have.
Yeah, so then the fact that he chose to make the sun such that it did good things and bad things is strong evidence that he is not all good.
All right, how about this? Take a look at the Bible. You see how they said rivers were going to start drying up?
Wait, let's not be a pivoting Perry. Do you have a critique of the sun giving us skin cancer? It seems like you just want to pivot to the Bible.
What do you want me to critique about it? It's bad.
So
but
okay,
I
gotcha.
already-
So you will concede then that God is not all good based on the fact that he made a sun that gives us skin cancer.
Yeah, but it's also preventable.
Oh, but it wasn't for like thousands of years, like hundreds of thousands
Okay,
of
all
years.
right, but now it's
also,
preventable.
that's not the case. You can wear
All right, but now
sunscreen
you're
and still
bringing up
get
the
skin
past.
cancer.
Currently, it's preventable.
Yeah, so but then
things
God
you
is
can
still
do
on the
with-
hook. God is still on the hook for all the people
All
who
right,
died of
God's
skin
still on the
cancer.
hook. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
All right.
perfect. So then God's responsible for like tons of deaths of skin cancer. Okay, moving on.
so
Yeah.
you're just not going to let me finish. I already mentioned
go
to you
for it. Yep,
how
yep,
much
go for it.
Yeah, I already mentioned to you how much good it does, but you just keep saying, "Oh, skin cancer, skin cancer, skin cancer." I already. There's ways to stop it.
Does God always do the most good thing?
Yes.
Yeah. So if
Yes.
God always does
Yes.
the most good thing, then why would he not make the most good sun?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen-
to me,
listen,
the
the
answer is
point is
easy.
you're
It's
only
because
ever
God
bringing up
doesn't
the sun.
exist.
Okay. All right. All right. How about this? How would a Big Bang even make a sun? A big, massive ball that orbits around us, provides us
doesn't-
with life.
You think the sun orbits around us?
No, we are. Oh my God. All right. See, you're just going off of minor talking mistakes.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm trying to get at there. We orbit around it. Okay, whatever. Same
Okay,
word.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
a little bit
yeah,
different.
that's
All
chill.
right, I got
Yeah,
you.
sure.
I got you. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
just based on like the
Yeah.
processes like gravity and the formation of like specific chemical
All right,
reactions.
But as I mentioned, the formation of the universe is set to a point where you would have to believe that there's a creator. There's no way a Big Bang would set all this.
Oh,
almost
your
in a sense
conclusion.
where-
Why didn't I just think about your conclusion? I'm still waiting for the
Oh
argument
my
for
gosh, you gotta be kidding me.
this. Waka waka.
And I don't know what you want me to tell you. You keep piggybacking on the skin cancer thing.
Yeah.
I've already mentioned to you plenty of times there's ways to prevent it. You already mentioned how in the past you couldn't prevent it, but we're not in the past anymore, we're in the present. I already mentioned how it supplies life. So what else do you want me to say about it?
Yeah, this is. I mean, this would be like if I like took the lives of like 60,000 people, and then when I'm in the courtroom, I'm like, Judge, please, like it all happened in the past. This was just like a previous thing.
All right, let's just go to other topics then.
Yeah,
'Cause
sure,
you
that's
just
fine.
keep
Let's
bringing up
pivot to
the
other
sun, so
topics,
you're
yeah.
All right,
Sounds
so
good.
how about this? You were bringing up earthquakes and stuff.
Yeah. What about earthquakes?
Yeah, well, that's the settling of the earth.
That's the what?
That's the settling of the earth.
What do you mean by that?
What are you talking about? The tectonic plates.
Yeah. So why would could God have created tectonic plates such that they did
No,
all
there's
the
still
good things, but
science
none of the
involved,
earth, or
but
like none of the
there's still
unaliving?
Listen, there's still science involved in it. That doesn't mean that God didn't create it.
Yeah, that's fine. But if God created it, if God created earthquakes, then that means that He's responsible for all the people that unalive. They take the lives of like 60,000 people a year.
Well, forgive me if I'm wrong, but isn't it true that tectonic plates need to shift?
Well, I mean, could God have made them such that they didn't need to shift?
I I don't know. That's a contradiction because I can't answer that.
Oh, well, okay. First of all, you not being able to answer that isn't like a contradiction. You're God. Thank you so much for the hand heart. I appreciate that.
No, but listen, Ian. You just keep bringing up the bad. You forget how much good there is, though.
Well, yeah, because so the problem with this is that if God is all good, presumably there would be no natural evils, but there are natural evils, so God can't possibly be an all good creator.
Okay, well, a lot of evils in the world are actually from Satan,
Oh, yeah, like which
as
ones?
mentioned in the Bible. Exactly.
Which ones?
Wait, what?
Like which? Oh, such as?
All right. Okay. Sorry, I haven't said this yet. So, he gives you free will, right? So you decide, do you want to be for him or against him? Now, here, let me ask you something, Ian.
Wait, but let's not be a pivoting Perry. I want to
Let me
answer the
ask
free
you-
will
no,
defense. Wait, I want to answer the free will defense.
No,
Hold on.
please let me finish.
Wait,
Let me
okay,
finish.
sure,
No,
but I'm
let me
gonna
finish
answer the free will
This will be
defense. That's
quick. This will be
fine.
quick. Let me finish.
Yep.
What do you lose? Let's say there is no God, right? Hypothetically. Mm-hmm. But what if there is? Let's say you not, supporting him turns into eternal life without anything.
Gotcha. So we are just
There's still
you
a
are
chance
just being
that
like a
you're wrong.
pivoting Perry. Gotcha.
It's not. No, it's not. I literally just said I wanted to bring this up to you. I wanted to see your response to this.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
So
fine.
let's
But
an-
you
no,
so
no,
you
no,
give
so
the
answer
you
it,
give the
answer it.
free will defense, and then before even
No,
letting me
because
answer the free
here's
will
the thing,
defense,
here's the thing.
you
What do you
pivot
have
to
to
Pascal's
lose?
wager.
Listen. It's the same result if he doesn't exist. So what do you have to lose from?
Yeah. I have
supporting?
my finite time to lose for literally a 0% chance of this thing being
Okay,
true.
but you
Contradictions
haven't-
don't exist.
No.
The Christian worldview
Listen,
entails
listen,
contradictions.
listen,
Therefore, the
listen. Wait, I
Christian
didn't finish, I
worldview
didn't
is
finish.
not true.
You still-
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I let you.
Okay,
I'm
wait,
gonna
I didn't
wait.
mean to finish the thing, so you're
I
just
need
gonna
to
keep
give my
piggybacking off
critique
the
of
first part of
Pascal's
it.
wager. Right? Like you just
Okay,
gave
all
me
right, go.
Pascal's wager. I need to give my full critique of it. Right? So
Okay,
the
all right,
argument
all right.
is just that. So you propose it as if I have nothing to lose, but I do. I have my time, my energy, my finite human life to lose for something that there is a 0% chance of existing. So let's do this, and I'll prove to you why Pascal's wager is foolish with like a simple,
Okay, let's see.
like a simple wager of our own. So for the low price of $5, I will give you all the money in my bank account. Here's the deal. You pay me $5 and I'm going to drop this pen. If this pen falls to the ground, then you lose the $5. But if the pen stays exactly where it is, then I'll give you all the money in my bank account.
Gotcha.
So are you going to take that? What do you have to lose? I mean, you have $5 to lose and
Okay.
all the money in my bank account to
All right,
gain.
Ian. Now that you got that out here, let me.
Wait,
finish. So-
I just want to know, are you going to accept the
Holy
wager?
bro.
Wait, are you going to accept the wager
just
or are
gonna
you not
keep
going to
yapping?
accept the
Come
wager?
on.
Are you going to accept the wager or not?
Sorry, I wasn't even listening to you. I'm trying to just get the final part out. All right, say it again.
Yeah. So the
No,
wager
because
is
what you just
this.
proposed is
The
so
wager is
stupid.
this. So I will give you all the money in my bank account, but all you need to give me is $5. And here's the deal. So if I'm gonna drop the pen. If the pen falls to the ground, you just lose the $5. But it's just $5. However, if the pen stays exactly where it is, if it doesn't fall to the ground, then I'll give you all the money in my bank account. You gonna take the wager?
Gotcha. I'll take it.
Yeah. Cool. Wait. So do you want to Venmo me right now, and then I'll give you all the money in my bank account if it?
All right. Now that you got your yap session.
Yeah. Wait. So. Oh, sorry. You just lost the $5.
Dude, what do you want me to say? I already said yes. Why am I gonna Venmo you now?
Well, yeah, right. Because it's I'm giving you like a literal wager, right? So you had $5 to gain, or you had all the money in my bank account to gain and only $5 to lose.
The
So
pen
like, why
drops.
not?
Yeah, I
wager?
already said yes. I'm not gonna Venmo you though. Just let me finish my topic. Stop.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
All right. As I said, you're already wasting your time as it is preaching that he doesn't exist. You could be spending that time preaching that he does exist, because what do you lose in the afterlife?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
The same
so
exact
because there
result.
is no afterlife. That's the argument. There is no afterlife, which
All right, so you're
means
saying it's just
that I
eternal
have
darkness.
lots. So the only thing that exists is the finite human time that I have. I can spend all of my time making meaning.
Gotcha.
Whereas if I believed in the Bible, I'd have to spend this time at church, reading the Bible, praying to God, doing all this like silly bullshit. When instead of doing all of this silly bullshit, I can be spending my time doing things that I actually enjoy. So
Gotcha.
if
Now,
if I have literally
well-
nothing to gain in the afterlife, because the afterlife does not exist, then all I have to lose is my finite human time.
Gotcha. Now, quick question for you, Ian. So you said how it's just eternal darkness. Do you have any evidence for that?
I didn't say it was eternal darkness. I don't take a stance on what happens after we're no longer
Oh,
alive.
okay. So what did you say then? Because I said there was an afterlife. You said there was no afterlife. So what do you?
Yeah, I take no stance on it. I'm
Yeah.
agnostic.
So what do you mean there is no stance? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Is it
well,
that
I'm
you're sleeping
agnostic.
and you're just not
I have
hearing
no
what's
idea what
happening
happens when we're no longer alive, but what I know is that
Okay,
it's not the
nobody
Christian
does.
heaven.
All right, yeah, but in that perspective, you're saying nobody does. So how could you conclude that there's no God?
Oh, so well,
that's
these two
you're
things are
saying that-
unrelated. So the reason I conclude there's no God is just the problem of
That's
evil,
not
which
true,
you
'cause said that
conceded
there's
and then
no
pivoted away
afterlife.
from.
I said that there is, but there's no evidence for either.
Oh no, but there is evidence for either. The existence of a sun that gives you skin cancer is strong evidence that an all good God
Gosh, you
does not
see, you
exist.
just keep piggybacking off the same thing I already
Yes,
told
exactly. Yeah, because you lost the
you.
argument,
No,
dog.
but now you're a pivoting Perry. Now,
Ethan, thank you so
see,
much.
we
It's
were
not a
talking
pivoting
about
pair.
this,
Wait,
that you're pivoting back to the sun.
wait. You asked me what my evidence is that God doesn't exist. I gave it to you. The argument that
Exactly. You just keep
conceded
bringing up
earlier.
the sun. I already told you
Yes.
how much time you could prevent it.
Do you
There's
want
plenty
like
good
do you want a
that-
different argument? I can give you a different argument. It's not very hard.
No, because you were calling me a pivoting Perry. We were just talking about the afterlife, and you're like, "Oh, the sun gives you skin cancer." We already talked
Yes,
about
yeah,
that.
because you asked me how I know that God isn't real.
Okay, no. I asked you.
It's not a pivot. I'm just giving you an argument for why God isn't real.
Oh, that's your only argument. But as I
Well,
said,
I have, like,
you
plenty
said
more
there
if you
was
want
no
one.
Hold on a second, Ian. You said that there was no afterlife.
Yeah. There's.
and then you
I
said
mean,
you
wait. I
understand
said that your specific afterlife does not exist because your worldview is not true.
Gotcha.
Bryce,
Okay,
thank
is
you
there any
so
evidence
much for
to
the
back that
quarrel.
up?
Huge W, Bryce, in the comment section. I appreciate the heck out of that, Bryce.
Gotcha. Ian, is there any evidence to back that up for your claim?
That God isn't real. That your God isn't real.
Yeah. So you said that you have no stance on the afterlife, and in that perspective, if you said that there is no afterlife, that means that you have no evidence as well. So you're saying that God isn't real. You have no evidence to
Yeehaw!
back
Thanks
that
so
up.
much for that mustache. And Bryce and Amanda, I appreciate that. No. So the claim that I will make is that I don't know exactly what happens when we're no longer alive. However, I know that it's not what you think happens because I know that your worldview is false. That's the argument.
Yeah. How do you know that? Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I already gave. I'll give you another
Contradicting. You
argument.
said
That's
that
like
you
that's
don't
a okay.
know.
That's a okay. I
That's
have
so
no problem.
confusing, though,
I have
because you
no
said that you don't know
problem.
what
I have no
happens,
problem
and now
giving you
you're-
a completely new
Listen,
argument.
Ian.
That's fine. Okay.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Yep.
You keep talking over.
Well,
Let me
but you
finish.
just asked me a
Listen.
question.
No, exactly. But you keep saying that there's no afterlife.
Do you want- wait, do you
and
want an
you're
answer to your
saying that and then you're saying my view of the afterlife is wrong. How is that possible?
Yeah, because your worldview isn't true.
How is that possible? If you said that you have no.
Because it entails a contradiction. There's a contradiction in your worldview. Contradictions don't exist. Therefore, your worldview isn't true. You're stunned. Bryce, thank you so much for the coral. W Bryce in the comment section. Rosa Runner. Damn. Stunned Steve indeed. He had literally no answer. If you're enjoying the debates, make sure you're dropping a follow so you never miss a single debate in the future. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older and that you think God is real. If you don't do those things, I'm probably not going to talk to you. But share it with your friends, drop a comment. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 100K likes. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. If you want to be playing bingo right now, you can join the Discord server. It's discord.com/allegedly-Ian. I would absolutely love to see you there. And all you need to do is type $God and you can get a bingo sheet. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate that. Let's try to get a new guest on in here. So just keep on double tapping on that screen. Vic Saru, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. What's up, John? How's it going?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Yeah, how old are you?
21.
Yeah. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, so the first thing that goes against your theory about skin cancer is even with every good intention that someone has, there's can always be a negative, right?
So
can agree
in
on
terms,
that,
are
yeah.
you saying that God's action? Bryce, thank you so much for the galaxy. W Bryce in the comment section. I appreciate the heck out of that. Thank you so much, Bryce. Wait, so you're saying that are you saying that God's actions caused a negative?
I'm saying that not
Thanks, Olivia.
everyone and everything is perfect.
Yeah,
Regardless
sure.
of
So is God
who or what it
perfect? Is God perfect?
No, with your arguments, no, he's not perfect. But just like everyone, all of the prophets and all, like and God himself, they try to be the best that they can be, right?
I hope you're not Christian saying that God isn't perfect, because that's heresy. That's like directly contradicted by the Bible. It says explicitly that God's way is perfect.
No, I'm not. I don't really have a specific religion, but I do.
So what's your
believe in
definition of God?
An all-knowing factor or person, figure.
So the only property you have of God is just that he knows everything?
No, like I still have read the Bible and believe.
Do you think
Bible,
Jesus is the son of? So if you believe in the Bible, then you can't say God isn't perfect. The Bible says explicitly that God is perfect. Like, this is heresy.
Okay, well, that, I mean, I don't know. I guess if the argument is that God is completely perfect, but then God also forgives you for your sins, like flaws that people have, right?
So this is just you like slam dunking on your own worldview, right? Like, you're just saying like, well, God couldn't be perfect, but if God's not perfect, then you reject the Bible.
No one said that.
Well, the Bible says that God's perfect. So if you're saying that God isn't perfect, then you're just rejecting the Bible.
I'm not saying God isn't perfect. I mean, I'm saying that there's flaws in the things that he made. Like, you can be perfect and have perfect intentions, but there still be flaws.
That's not the case, right? So if you're perfect, that means you're flawless. If you're flawless, the things that you create cannot be flawless.
That's completely
Oh,
incorrect.
wait. So, I'm sorry. Wait, the things that you create must be flawless. It's not that they can't be flawless. They must be flawless. I misspoke.
How is that true? What's your
Yeah,
theory for
yeah.
that
So
being
just because
true?
if you're flawless, then you must always do the best thing. Otherwise, a better version of you would be one who always does the best thing. There can't be anything better than perfection, which means that if there's a better version of you, that means that you can't possibly be perfect. In order to be perfect, everything you do must be flawless. So God can't create something with flaws and also be flawless. Otherwise, creating things with flaws is itself a flaw.
I guess I don't see where your argument's coming from. Everyone, you can have
What?
like your
Which
main
part are you
argument.
confused about?
Your main argument is that the sun causes skin cancer, right? Or do you have more arguments? Because
I have lots more arguments, but that's the one that you seem to want to focus on, and I'm fine with that. Like, it's a really strong argument.
that's the one from the couple minutes that I had been in here. That's the one that you
Thanks so much for the hand heart. Appreciate that.
previous guest kept going back to. So I guess I hadn't heard any of your other arguments.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So how can God be perfect and create things that are imperfect?
We just had this conversation. Are we going back to this?
Well, yeah, you just didn't give an answer, right? You said that, well, he can because he can, basically. That makes no sense at all. Like, you just restated the claim, basically.
That's just a stupid question because
And then you should be able to dismantle it very easily.
I mean, I already told you. I said if someone is perfect, it doesn't mean you have to make perfect things.
Yeah,
That
and what's
doesn't
the
make you
argument for
not
that?
Perfect. That doesn't make you not perfect if you're not like
Why not?
if everything you do isn't perfect, that doesn't make you not perfect.
Why not?
Right? Because your scientific ideal and view of perfect is, like you said, that there's nothing wrong, right?
It's an internal critique. We're talking about
Like
your
that
worldview,
there's
not mine.
zero
So I'm just
flaws.
asking you, why would it not make you imperfect to create things that are imperfect?
All right, here, let's go. Keep on the same topic, but I have it with a different
Oh, okay,
perspective,
yeah,
right?
that's fine. Yeah, let's pivot to a different topic.
Let's say God is perfect. God created everything perfect, but we also have the devil, right?
I mean, I don't think so, but in your worldview, that's true. Sure.
Okay, so then there's your answer for not everything being perfect, because there's always a counteracting force, right?
Oh, but that's not the case though, because the devil can't possibly account for skin cancer insofar as we have like a scientific explanation for it. If the devil is like giving people skin cancer, Bryce is going crazy. Thank you so much for the coral, Bryce. Huge, massive W Bryce in the comments section. Let's get a Bryce W chat or chant going. I appreciate the heck out of that, Bryce. You're very kind. No, because that's not the case, right? So if we can model these things scientifically, then that means yeehaw. Then that means essentially that there's no reason to think that it's Satan, because Satan would have free will. He would do all these things out of free will. But it seems like these things don't happen out of free will. It seems like they happen based on a very specific scientific explanation.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think that's very true. I guess you don't.
So you would
really
just
have
like
a theory
reject
for
the
it,
scientific
neither do I.
explanation for skin cancer?
I mean, you didn't. Satan can still cause the sun to give skin cancer. I don't know. I guess I don't see where you're coming from. There's a scientific.
Yes, but skin cancer doesn't happen at like, it doesn't just like come out of nowhere, right? It comes from like very specific places. So if Satan gives people skin cancer, then why does sunscreen prevent people from getting skin cancer? Bryce, thank you so much for the little crown. Bryce, thank you so much for the little crown. Appreciate that.
So do you believe that God just does everything and makes everything?
I don't think God
perfect for everyone,
exists.
or do you believe that he's a guiding figure? Okay, well, if in your narrative, I guess you believe that God doesn't exist. But do you think that if he, like, in the Bible, do you think that he is a guiding figure, or that he is just doing everything?
I'm not really sure. Like, I don't know. I don't believe in God. I don't really know how to answer that.
Okay,
like you can't. So it's like asking
God,
me like, so if there were Tyrannosaurus Rexes in your room, what color would they be? I'm really just not sure, right? Like there aren't Tyrannosaurus Rexes in my room.
Okay, well, fair. I got nothing for you.
All right. Well, appreciate you coming on up here then. Hannah, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate it. And thanks so much for coming up. I appreciate it. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Let's get all the way up to 100K likes. We have 2.3K people in here. Everybody left just like 10 likes. We'd be there already. But if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You need to copy it and paste it into the Discord app. Only join if you're 18 or older. What's up, Bryce? How's it going?
Hey, man. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 21.
Mm-hmm. And do you think God is real?
I do think God is real.
So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I believe that the Bible has never been disproven. And if you have an argument for that, that's okay. But I'm asking you, can you disprove the Bible?
Yeah, like super easily. Yeah, easily. Yeah. The flood didn't happen. No evidence.
The what? What
and
didn't happen?
The flood.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would just ask you like some basic questions. Like, if the flood happened, how did the kangaroos get back to Australia?
Okay. Well, do you believe in Pangea? Do you think that Pangea, like the world was connected together at some point?
Yeah, like 1 billion years ago. Yeah.
Okay. Scientists have never technically proven that there's been bits and pieces of the ark found and true. I mean, that's.
Yeah. And what's the evidence for this?
That they found bits and pieces of Noah's Ark.
Do you have a source?
That would be. Do you have a source disproving it?
Well, you were the one making the claim, right? It's like, this would be like me saying like, well, Casper the Friendly Ghost exists. He's in the corner of your room right now.
Okay.
And then you were like, well, what's the evidence for that? And I was like, okay, well, what's your evidence that Casper the Friendly Ghost isn't in the corner of your room right now?
Okay.
Like, it's your burden of proof to say that like the thing isn't. If you're saying that the thing happened, then you need to provide the evidence that the thing happened.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. You can like take a second to find your source. I can just if everybody is wow, we got the likes up so quickly, but make sure. Yeah.
Have you never had a personal altercation with God? Never.
No, and I'm not really interested in hearing about them either.
Okay. So back to your saying, where how can God claims to be perfect in the Bible.
It seems. Wait, let's
And-
stick on one claim at a time, please. So, do you have the source for Noah's Ark, or are you gonna like leave that claim behind? Otherwise, that seems like a pretty strong disproof of the Bible. Just that there's like no way that the kangaroos could have gotten there.
Well,
There's, like,
there's, as I'm doing my research right now, there's marine fossils found on high mountains. Would you like?
from how old are these marine fossils?
That claim is not. Can't find that right now. But so, just let's talk about something else.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's pivot to something else.
Okay.
So which thing do you want to talk to?
I would love to talk about how you say that God is a perfect God. You don't believe in God, but I'm saying how can God be perfect but create things that are imperfect?
Yeah, just that presumably if God is perfect, and that means that everything he does is also perfect. If everything God does is perfect, that means that he creates perfectly. If God creates perfectly, I'm not sure how he's creating something that's imperfect.
Because we fell short in Genesis, in the first book of Genesis, we fell short of the glory of God, and God made us in his image. And so if we were made in his image, in his spitting, we're literally his spitting image. So when we fell short, we fell away from God, and God punished us for that. And that's what.
Yeah, so that's just going to disagree with science. That on the grounds that skin cancer existed long before, we literally have dinosaur bones that have skin cancer in them.
Okay, but dinosaurs were. So you're basically saying. So I want to ask you a question. How do you think that we were created then?
I think that we came about via a process of evolution. How do you think we were created?
I believe that we were created by the one true God through the bone, through Adam. We were made from dust.
Okay, and you think that that's like more plausible than the theory of evolution? Have we ever like seen any of these like magical events happening? Because essentially what you're saying is that God said abracadabra and then made humans.
So you believe that we came from monkeys, basically?
No, so humans themselves are great apes. We're in the same like classification as things like chimpanzees and bonobos, which is why in addition to looking a lot like chimpanzees and bonobos, we share like 99% of our DNA with them, and we also share like a common ancestor.
Okay, that would be because we would be considered mammals, correct? We would also be in that classification.
Well, yeah, like we're all mammals, right? But
Okay.
chimpanzees, bonobos, humans, we're all great apes.
Okay. So why are apes? If we came from the apes, basically, why are we not? Why are there still apes? And why do they not speak? Why can they not communicate?
Well, first of all, they can communicate. They just communicate at like a very different level. Humans are the most intelligent creatures on Earth. We live in extraordinarily complex social structures. And part of the reason for that is because humans are not, like, we're not, all things considered, we're not very strong relative to like a chimpanzee would maul us instantly. A bonobo would snap us in half really easily. But humans are really good at like thinking critically and evaluating and analyzing the world around us. It's the evolutionary niche that we fill. So these things exist because we share a common ancestor. It doesn't go like bonobo to chimpanzee to human. It's like we don't evolve in that way. We all evolve at the exact same time.
Okay. I have a question for you. How the Bible has never been disproven. I would like for you
But
to
we just did.
prove the Bible.
Okay,
The flood,
sure.
subtract the flood. So
Yeah, that's fine.
disprove the Bible. Disprove that Jesus. Do you believe that Jesus was a real person?
Yeah, I think there's no evidence that he resurrected.
Okay, so why did so many people give up their jobs and follow him? Why would people give up their jobs unless he was a leader close to, people hate him, but you're basically saying Jesus was such a good leader, he was a better leader than Adolf Hitler was, and Jesus was a good person. Jesus did no wrong. Adolf Hitler was a great leader. People followed him, but people quit their jobs and their daily lives to follow this man, and they saw miracles worldwide. Like they saw him do miracles. Do you believe that Jesus fed the 5,000?
You think that Adolf Hitler was a great leader?
He was. He got people to follow him. He did wrong. Everything he did was wrong. I totally
Okay.
disagree with everything that he's done.
Oh, sure,
But
sure. Well, yeah, I would just say that.
I'm saying he was a good enough leader to get people to follow him down the wrong path.
Maybe. Yeah, I think that that's like I could see.
I mean, he
that
got
could
the
be
whole
like a
country
nuanced
on his
perspective.
side,
Sure.
and he wasn't even German.
Jerry, thank you so much for the quarrel. I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not up to date with all my Adolf Hitler facts, but yeah, I think that like Germans were, they were susceptible to that type of rhetoric
Correct.
and to
So-
like being convinced to do bad things. Certainly, sure. That's fine, but I think cults form all the time, right? Like, there's tons of people, like I think it's Jonestown, or maybe it's Jamestown, I can never remember. But that cult where everybody gave up their life for like to drink the Kool-Aid with the dude. Cults form all the time around people that give up everything to be a part of the cult because they think that it's a part of like some higher, like more significant thing.
Okay, so you think this cult just became the biggest religion in the world?
Essentially, yeah.
And so basically there's people that had visions, and say Muslims, Buddhism, they had visions for different things. You can disprove those. Like Muhammad died, like he died. Jesus has never, have you ever found the body of Jesus? If you believe Jesus existed, then where's Jesus's body at?
Oh, I would presume that he got buried in like a mass grave, as would be typical for crucifixions at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that this is like compelling evidence at all. I'm not sure why Jesus's body would like need to be recovered.
That would be to disprove the whole belief of Christianity. That would be why it needed to be discovered, for people like you to give you clarification. And you know what? You don't have the clarification right now because Jesus' body's never been found.
Well, yeah. So I mean, could you like disprove that like Muhammad split the moon in half?
Yeah, because the moon's still whole.
Yeah, and then he like with the power of Allah, he just like recombined it.
Okay, so what?
He split it for like 5 seconds and then recombined it. So could you like disprove that?
Okay, but he's dead.
Yeah, as is Jesus.
We're talking about Jesus here, and I'm asking if
well, Jesus is also dead, right?
Really? Can you prove that?
What?
Can you prove that Jesus is dead?
Well, yeah, just like he was crucified, and then like based on all the evidence, we have literally no evidence that people come back from the grave, and there's no evidence that Jesus resurrected. So, yeah,
find his body for me. I'd love for you to.
He got buried in like a mass grave, presumably.
Okay.
Do you have any evidence that the resurrection happened that doesn't just come from the Bible?
It comes from thousands and thousands of people talking about it 2,000 something years ago.
Such as who?
Such as the people that lived around Jerusalem at the time.
Could I read their accounts?
It's in the Bible.
Oh, yeah, but I'm asking for a source that isn't the Bible.
I mean, those are lost artifacts. I would,
Gotcha. So then there's no evidence.
The Bible is the evidence, though. How can
because there's like a structural problem with your argument. It's a circular argument. You're essentially just like presupposing that your conclusion is true and then like concluding that your conclusion is true. So you're saying that the Bible is true because the resurrection happened, and the resurrection happened because of the eyewitness testimonies, and there are eyewitness testimonies because the Bible is true. It's just one big circle to say the Bible is true because the Bible is true.
Okay. So basically you're saying that the scientists, like there's some scientists that can't, they've looked their whole lives to try to disprove Christianity, and they can't. So
I'm not really sure what scientists you're referring to, or like why that would indicate anything about anything.
They haven't disproved Christianity. So I would,
like disproved it, and it's not, a lot of the claims made aren't like strictly scientific.
Okay. I would like to ask a question. Where are you in, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. Did you go to college?
Yeah.
Okay, where at?
SDSU.
Okay. Your major?
I was a math computer science double major. I'm not sure what the relevance is.
Okay. All right. Well, I just didn't know if you were a science person or...
Yeah, I have 2 bachelors of science, yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. So I just want to know, so basically so if Jesus say theoretically he's not real, so if we die one day, we'll all be in the same place, correct? If we all die, it'll just be eternal death. Like there's no afterlife.
I don't take a stance on what happens after we are no longer alive.
Okay.
But what I would say is that because Christianity is true, the Christian afterlife is also probably not true. TR, thank you so much for the sent subscriptions. Everybody who just received a subscription, welcome to the community. I'm so glad to have you here. And WTR in the comment section. TR, you are so very kind.
So I'm saying, so in my stance of belief, so basically if God is real and I am right and you were wrong, you will burn in hell for eternity and I will be forever with God. Would you regret it then?
Oh, well, certainly. I mean, if it turns out that I'm wrong, then I would obviously accept that I'm wrong. What I want is to believe true things. So
Correct.
if it's true that God is real, when it's made apparent to me that it's true that God is real, then I'm no longer going to be an atheist, obviously. I'm going to become like a prolific Christian apologist or whatever.
But Ian, listen, man, you would be an atheist burning in hell. You would be regretting it.
Yeah. But so do you spend a lot of time worrying about going to Hades, the Greek afterlife?
Okay. Well, I'm asking, do you want to really think about this? Do you want to burn in hell for the rest of your life?
Well, wait, and I'm telling you, I'm not worried about this because it's basically an empty threat to me because I don't think that hell is a real place. In the same way that you're probably not worried about Islamic hell and you're not worried about Hindu hell. I'm not worried about Christian hell. Just on the basis that I don't think Christianity is true. I also think that Pascal's wager is wrong on the basis that things that are contradictory don't exist. There are contradictions in the Christian worldview. Therefore, the Christian worldview is not true, which means that there's a 0% chance of me having to worry about the Christian afterlife. For me, it's just like this, right? So I'm gonna let's do a little wager of our own. So if you give me $5, I will drop this pen. If this pen stays exactly where it is, I will give you all the money in my bank account. If the pen, on the other hand, falls to the ground, you just lose the $5. Are you gonna take this wager?
No, I believe that God created gravity. I think that's just something that you're kind of using to get money, and that's fine. I said
no.
Here. I've already saw you do it with this other guy, man. I get it. I believe that God created gravity. And I understand there's been people that, how about Paul that was changed his name to, or Saul that changed his name to Paul. Do you not believe that he didn't believe in God? He stoned Christians to death. And then walking on the road to Damascus, God opened his eyes. So.
Yeah, what about that? I mean, I just don't believe that that's the case, right?
God created gravity, so obviously gravity will.
Yeah, and that's the point, right? That you're not going to take the wager because there's a 0% chance of you actually winning all the money in my bank account, and there's a 100% chance of you losing your money, even though the amount you'd gain is much more than the amount you'd lose. It's really that simple, right? And that's the exact same logic when it comes to Christianity for me. Because Christianity is not true, I have literally nothing to gain because there's a 0% chance of it being true, and I have my finite human time to lose. Because it would take lots of prayer and repentance and a lifetime commitment to loving God or whatever. So that's the point of the wager, right? It's not about getting money. It's just to demonstrate in the same way that you wouldn't take the wager of me dropping the pen. I'm not going to take the wager of believing in God because I know that God isn't real.
It's just having a relationship with one of you. It's just like a relationship. Christianity is not a religion. It's a relationship with somebody that you can go to in times of trouble. And I want
a relationship with real people who I can go to in times of trouble.
And God is real. And
I'm telling you, I don't believe that.
Okay. Well, I believe that our conversation is done. And can I pray with you? Is that okay?
I think if it's all the same to God, you can pray in the comment section.
I would like to pray. I believe that some people in this comments would like for me to pray for you as well.
I think, and that very well might be true, but if it's all the same to God, you can pray in the comment section. I mean, otherwise you're just doing like a performative show, right?
It's not, man. That's what you're doing, trying to prove that God isn't real. You're doing a performative show.
Right.
I'm
So
really just trying to share the gospel with you.
yeehaw! Thanks so much, Karma. I appreciate it. I've had people on my stream pray for me before. Nothing
Okay.
happens.
Well, I would,
Never
like,
felt
I would like to
anything.
pray for you personally.
Wait, and Bryce, because you like sent me a lot of gifts, I feel like so typically when people ask me to pray, I just like pretend I'm being like exercised, but because you sent me gifts, I think I'd feel like really bad about doing that to you. So I think my answer is just gonna be like no.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, unless you want to be like made fun of, I don't think you want that.
I would be made fun of?
Yeah.
I don't care what people think of me. I only care what the Lord thinks of me. And that's just the honest truth, man. And I'm
All right.
I'm gonna
Fine.
be real-
Fine. Let's run it. Yeah, you can pray for me. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'm gonna pray for you right now. Okay. Heavenly Father, God, Lord, thank you for Ian, and thank you for everybody in this comment section and everybody in this chat. And Lord, I pray that you speak to Ian and you speak to these people in the comment section and be with all of them, Lord. And I thank you for everything that you've given me, Lord. And Lord God, I pray that you be with everybody in this.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything you've given me, Lord. Thank you for everything you've given everybody. And God, bless them throughout the day, Lord. And Lord, I just want you to pray over Ian.
Oh, we're still.
And God, please be with him, and God, and direct him, and give him love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Wow. I'm a changed man after that one.
All right, man. I appreciate you, Ian.
Well,
Appreciate you talking to me. I love you, brother, and I'm praying for you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
yep. Appreciate you too. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you're enjoying the debate so far, make sure you drop a follow so you never miss. Fuck. Fixing my hair indeed. Damn, getting exercise takes a lot out of a person. Fuck, maybe I am out of shape. But keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're enjoying that, Amber, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Amber in the comment section. W666 as well. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Michael?
Hi, how you doing?
Doing well, doing well. How old are you?
Pretty good. I'm 29.
Yep.
I'm pretty familiar with live streaming as well. I'm a live pro. I do like TikTok matches, live matches and whatnot. So I came across your page as I was scrolling.
C, thank you so much for the 3-month subscription. Thank you so much for being in the community. I appreciate you. Yeah, so what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
My strongest argument is, there's the evidence that you see in the Bible, in all religions, that they actually have a reason to believe into something. It didn't come from absolutely nothing.
Yes, what's the evidence that we're talking about?
The same evidence that you may have for trying to prove that God isn't real.
Wait, because you said that there's evidence in the Bible, and I'm just asking you what the
there's-
evidence in the Bible is.
There's multiple types of books that have claims that there is a God, whether it's the Quran or the Bible or any of the Old Testament, the New Testament. There's different various books that have been written for that purpose.
Yeah, and they're all
was a
incompatible with
purpose-
each other. Like they all explicitly reject each other, right? Like the Bible says that, or like the Torah says that you shall hold no God other than me, which means that no matter whether you're like Jewish, Christian, or Islamic, you would necessarily reject the other ones.
So each and every religion exists for a specific purpose. Now, whether one is correct, when one is wrong, ultimately, I truly believe that there is a God out there, just like billions of people, if not trillions, throughout the history believe that there is a God. So it's very
So
difficult.
what's the evidence that so your evidence essentially is that God exists because a book says that God exists. What's your evidence that this book is true?
At least my religion is there were eyewitnesses, at least for Jesus. There were eyewitnesses that he performed miracles. There was,
and what's the evidence
you know,
that the Bible is true?
Jesus' existence.
Oh, well, I think Jesus exists, but the claim is not that just Jesus exists, it's that Jesus did miracles. So I'm asking you, what's the evidence that the Bible is true? Because so I could write like a book about, or so in like Spider-Man comics, or like a Marvel movie, when Stan Lee appears, Stan Lee is like a real person, right? But that doesn't mean that the movie is real.
I understand what you're trying to prove. You're trying to prove in a way, or trying to debate people and try to prove to people that God isn't real. But
Correct.
At the same time, how can you prove that God isn't real?
Yeah,
you
cool.
have
So-
no proof of that either. So
Yeah,
in
well, no,
essence, you're
I
not
do.
an
Wait.
atheist.
I do have proof of it. So I pressed you on your proof, and you had nothing. So now you're
Okay.
pivoting to my proof. So let's talk about my proof.
Yeah, so your proof, you're giving a philosophical response in terms of trying to figure out, because philosophers in the past, the greatest philosophers, all they did was study to try to prove that God exists. Now you have your studies, your claims that you have studied, and you truly believe internally that God isn't real, that God does not exist.
That's correct. But do you want the argument for why God doesn't exist?
Yeah, but if you can tell me and prove to me that God doesn't exist, that would be fantastic. But in my idea, what I'm understanding is that you're more so agnostic than atheist, because you truly don't have the answer. Just like I don't.
No.
the
Towards the Christian God, I am an atheist. Because I
Okay,
can
and why
find
is
like
that?
direct
I wanna
logical
understand.
contradictions.
I want to learn and understand. How
Yeah.
What's the purpose of that?
Yep. So the argument is just that worldviews that have contradictions are not true. The Christian worldview entails a contradiction, therefore the Christian worldview is not true. The contradiction is that there can be a God who is all good, all powerful, and all knowing. It's just going to be the Epicurus paradox, that if God is all good, all powerful, and all knowing, then there's literally no reason why we would have morally unjustifiable evils, because presumably there can be some evils, right? That he can allow certain evils, like the overcoming of adversity, or like adversity to bring about the greater good of overcoming adversity. But there's no reason why something like a child getting like graped and then unalived would ever happen. Ever happen. Literally no evidence. Or like no justification for that.
Well, we live in a world where it has developed through the power and ability for us to have that free will. And it's just like the way I see it, the reason why I truly believe God is real is because we do have free will. We were given the ability to have free will. How is it possible that we came from, because I heard one of your lives before where we came from like matter and energy, and we were kind of grown from that. Maybe you could elaborate on that as well.
Wait, but let's not be a pivoting Perry. Let's stick with the problem of evil, right? Okay. Yeah. And then we can talk about like where we all came from after. Okay. So you gave the free will defense. Do you think that locking up child rapists is good? That we should like put them in jail?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree with that. Yeah. Do you think like putting a rapist in jail is a restriction of their free will?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Do you think like putting a rapist in jail is a restriction of their free will?
No, I just think these people were taken over by Satan's, and their brains are just not operating in a healthy manner. They're just not with God. So they deserve to be where they are because they did satanic things. They did things that were evil. So just like there's a positive and there's a negative, and just like in science there's positive and negative, just like there is in religion there's the good and bad, just like there's heaven and hell. For every good there's a bad, and bad deserves to get punished.
I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. That doesn't really seem to answer the question. Do you even remember what the question was?
Yeah, basically, I don't want to repeat it. I don't want to get in trouble on TikTok. But what you asked upon those type of people, if they deserve, should go to jail, and if it goes against their free will. Personally, it does not matter what their free will is at that point, because they shall get judged for the wrongdoings that they did on this earth. And whether it's through government or through religion, it is punishable, in my opinion.
Gotcha. So you think that, but is putting them in jail a restriction of their free will?
I mean, it doesn't matter at that point. These are really evil things.
It's a yes or no question, right? Like I just want to know if it's a restriction of their free will.
Well, does it restrict their free will in terms of their human life? Yes, it restricts them, but what's the point of that?
Yes, yeah. So it just,
with
because since you support putting rapists in jail, despite the fact that it restricts their free will, why would God not stop the event from happening at all the second a rapist even begins to do that by just immediately like teleporting them to jail?
So, listen, teleporting to the jail. I mean, I see what you're saying, but I
so
think
much the capitalist.
I think God also gave us the ability to create jails, right? I mean, who created jails? Was it human beings or God? It was
Wait,
obviously.
so do you think would it be a better world if the rapists got to finish what they were doing and then get taken to jail, or if the second they started they immediately got taken to jail? Which of these two worlds would be better?
I mean, it's wrong what they do. It's
Yeah, but
definitely
which
wrong
of
what
these
they do.
of the two worlds I laid out, which one's better?
I mean, these are philosophical questions that you're asking me.
Yeah, it's a
that
philosophical
both-
debate. So which of these two worlds would be better?
It's both ideal in a way.
Wait, I
they're
just
both
want an
ideal.
answer to the question. So, would you prefer the world where the child gets like fully raped and then the rapist goes to jail, or the world
I
in
would
which
definitely not
the
want that.
child
I
or
would
the
definitely want that.
rapist gets like immediately teleported to jail the second they like touch a kid?
Yeah, I would definitely not want that to happen to anybody. But
Are you going to answer the
preferably,
question?
both of them are legitimate answers. They're both good. It's
But
just you
which one
can't
would be
necessarily choose.
better?
Ideally, for them to immediately fall off the face of the earth.
Perfect.
Just not
Perfect.
exist anymore.
Christopher,
You know,
thanks so
not
much.
exist
Appreciate
anymore.
that.
In my opinion, I truly believe they shouldn't have a place to live in this world because
Yeah, I
they
completely
shouldn't
agree,
be a
absolutely.
space. There shouldn't be a space. I mean,
Yep.
yes, they're in jail, but in reality, they shouldn't exist. Look at what they did.
Yeah.
They did something truly evil.
So, does God always do the most good thing?
Can you elaborate on that question? So I can
Yeah.
understand
Do you
a
think
little better?
God's all good?
I mean, that is his intention, of course.
So, yeah, okay, God's all good. Perfect. Does God always
Yes.
do the most good thing? Yeehaw! Thanks so much for the hat and mustache, Heavy. So he always does the most good thing. But that seems like we've hit a contradiction then, because if God always does the most good thing, and the better world would be the one where the rapist immediately gets teleported to jail, then we would expect every rapist to just get immediately teleported to jail, rather than a world in which rapists are allowed to complete the vile
Yeah, I
acts that
see.
they're doing.
I understand what you're saying. I truly understand what you're saying. But the beauty about God is to believe without being able to see him, right? So if he gives people the ability to live their lives with free will, which of course, this is the reality. We have free will. It's a beautiful thing. Everybody has free will. Is it a beautiful thing all the time? No, because we just like, you came up with a analogy where of course that's an evil thing to do. But whether there's good or bad that happens in this world, it gives us the ability to kind of avoid doing the bad and continue doing good. And the free will that we have will end up being the reason why we will be judged at the end. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily something that we can I can't really.
Yeah, okay, wait.
break
So
it down
I'm
for
just
you.
going to ask you to reject a premise, because this, unfortunately, the argument is deductive. No explanation gets you out of this. You need to either reject a premise or accept the conclusion. So would you argue that, I'm going to give you two premises. You have to reject one of these two. That either that God always does the most good thing, or that it would be a better, like a more good thing for rapists to get immediately teleported to jail than it would be for rapists to be allowed to finish their act.
So God does all good.
Yeah,
God
he
does
does
all
the most
good.
good thing always. Yeah.
He gave us the ability to have
Which
free
of
will.
which of those two premises do you reject?
Can you repeat the second one?
Yeah, the second one is just that it would be a more good thing for rapists to get immediately teleported to jail than it would be for them to be allowed to finish their vile act.
How does one? It's like contradicting the first one and the second one. It's not, they don't really go hand in hand.
No,
They're
they
two
do,
different
right? Because if God does the most good thing, and it's better for these people to be immediately teleported to jail, then what we would expect is for these people to be immediately teleported to jail. But we don't see that, which means that either like one of these two things has to be false, or we need to reject the assumption that an all good, all powerful, all knowing God exists.
Okay, so God does all good. That is what I believe in, and what
Yep.
most people believe in. That
So,
God
so
does
you,
all
you would
good.
reject the second premise then, that it would be so you
second
would prefer
premise,
a world
unfortunately-
you'd prefer a world where grapists are allowed to finish the grape rather than a world where they're immediately teleported to jail.
I believe. Well, you're trying to finish the sentence for me, but the reality is, I believe that God does all good, and unfortunately, bad things happen in this world, and this was God's choice to allow us to have free will because of the mistakes that Adam and Eve have made that gave us this curse in
So
this
do you
world.
do you
because we
reject
aren't-
the second premise?
It's not something that I don't reject, because at the end of the day,
So
I
if you
accept both.
oh,
Like,
so if you
in a
accept
way-
both of the
like,
premises, then you accept the conclusion. That's just how logic works.
realistically speaking, because I'm a human being with emotions, I would never be okay with something like that happening to anything. And
I,
yes,
I
would
understand
want
that
God.
nobody thinks that
I would
you're like
want God.
supportive of grape, but we're just asking. I'm just asking. Do you reject the first premise or the second premise? Otherwise, you need to accept the
Realistically,
conclusion.
You're asking me two things that I agree on both. So it's
Perfect.
like,
Then you accept the
how can I-
conclusion that God, if God were in fact all good, all powerful, and all knowing, then he would just immediately teleport grapists to jail. From that, we can conclude that God doesn't exist insofar as grapists are allowed to finish their act and
Time will
they're
come,
not
though.
immediately teleported to jail.
they think they got the last laugh, but the reality is that they will be judged and eternally rot in hell.
But
So
they
that
won't,
is
because I just told you that God doesn't exist based on the premises that you agreed to.
But these are hypotheses that you're coming up with. You know, it's like, it's just, I don't truly believe you really are sure that God doesn't exist.
I just
You know
told
what
you
I'm
why.
saying?
I think it's like very clear. I'm not sure what's unclear about this.
I mean, the reality is that no atheist or agnostic, somebody that's agnostic, has proven that God isn't real. You
I
know what I'm
just
saying?
did.
These are just your ideologies from the studies that you have came
It's
up
not
with.
based. It's based on philosophy. It's not based on like studies.
The greatest.
It's based on
philosophy is
logic.
not-
It's based on like two simple facts that God always does the most good thing, and that the most good thing would be to not allow a grapist to finish their grape. That the second they like touch a child with those intentions, they're immediately teleported to jail or like thrown into the pits of hell. So
Okay,
that
so-
like we conclude that the most good thing would be that.
Okay.
But that
We
doesn't
can conclude
happen,
with this.
which means that God isn't real.
Okay, we can conclude with this topic. Do you want to transition into matter and how
Yeah,
it came
let's do
about,
it,
or
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Insofar
you-
as
you-
we've just
you-
like disproven God, sure, let's go for it.
I mean, this is from your perspective, but not from others. But okay, no problem. You said something about how humanity came about, right? The other day, you said something about matter and energy.
Like evolution, or
Yes, correct. Like evolution, how we came about as human beings. I didn't really
Yeah.
catch on exactly to what you were saying, but is there a way that you can kind of explain to me and everybody what exactly your beliefs are with how we came about? And then
yeah,
I'll tell you
the
what I
process of evolution, natural selection, i.e., there's like genetic mutations in our traits, and that the traits that are good for survival and reproduction are going to be more likely to survive and reproduce. And if you're more likely to survive and reproduce, that means that you're more likely to spread your genetics, which means that the traits that are good at surviving and reproducing are going to be spread. So over a long enough period of time, people, as like a species, we're going to get better at surviving and reproducing relative to our environment.
Okay, so from what I know and from what everybody knows, the only form of life comes from life.
Do you think God's
No
alive?
matter and energy. I just know, like, the only, when I mean like life, I
Thanks so
mean
much, Christopher.
us as humans. Us as
But do you think
human
God is
beings.
alive?
Do I think God is alive? In my religion, no, God is not currently alive on this earth.
Gotcha.
Earth.
So then we have an instance of life coming from non-life, because you think life came from God, which is a thing that is not alive, which means that in your worldview, as well as in mine, life comes from non-life.
So I truly believe it's much easier, you know, realistically speaking, if you're looking at the ability of what's the possibilities, it's much more possible for God, a phenomenon out there that we cannot see, for it to create humanity, much rather than I don't know, matter and energy, because no human life has sprouted from matter and energy. They've came just from another life form. You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
exactly. Yeah. But we evolved, and then from like the very, very start, we came from non-life. Like the very first living thing came from non-life,
Which is what?
like a single-celled organism.
And how does a single cell organism or mutate itself into a human life form that is capable of building societies, government, building street lights, and just be able to have languages and different types of ways of communicating? You know what I'm
Billions
saying?
of years of
that is-
evolution. That's what creates that. Yeah.
So what do you believe the purpose of religion is then?
I think it helps people cope with the world. I think religion holds like a couple of purposes. It helps you explain unexplainable things. You can look to like the ancient Greeks, where they couldn't explain the sun, so they said, well, that's just Apollo flying his chariot. They couldn't explain tides, so they said, well, that's just Poseidon, like rising the tides. They couldn't explain like thunder or lightning, so they were like, well, that's just Zeus. So they created these things to explain the phenomena that they couldn't explain. It also helps people cope with the fact that one day we're all going to die. Death is a very scary thing. It's hard to accept that one day we're not going to be here, but we can't actually genuinely start living until we accept that fact.
Understandable. Now, so what is your explanation for miracles?
There didn't happen, is my explanation.
Miracles don't happen.
Didn't happen, yeah, exactly.
Okay. And miracles on a day-to-day basis that happen to human beings right now?
Didn't happen, but I'm not interested in personal experiences if that's where you're going.
Okay. I mean, from what I'm understanding is you're a firm believer that God is not real, but just like you're not convinced that I don't have a legitimate argument to prove and have evidence, I don't see your evidence being legitimate.
You're the one making the
and I don't see
affirmative
your
claim, right? So if you claim like miracles exist, it's your burden to prove that miracles exist. This would be like if I said like Casper the Friendly Ghost exists and he's just chilling in the corner of your room, and then you were like, well, what's your evidence for that? And I was like, well, what's your evidence that Casper the Friendly Ghost isn't chilling in the corner of your room? It would be my burden to prove that Casper the Friendly Ghost is in the corner of your room. It would be your burden to prove that miracles happen.
Yeah. I mean, but at the end of the day, you are sitting on live trying to make an argument that God isn't real. You know? And in order to do that, you also need to be able to, I mean, you have your philosophical ways to break it down for people, and you seem like a very intelligent man. Like you have strong arguments when it comes to like how you're going to debate somebody, and you've really done your research. But at the end of the day, deep down inside, you and I both know that I don't have the answer to proving God, and you don't have the answer to proving that He isn't.
No, but I did, which is shown by the fact that I already disproved that God is real, and you had to move away from it because you couldn't like push back to my argument.
Okay, I mean, whatever you believe in, that's the power and the ability of that God gave us to be able to believe what we believe in. And if you don't want to believe that God is real, you're totally entitled to that opinion, and I respect it. You know.
Yep,
so
sounds good.
I hope you have a great day, and I wish you the best, man. I gotta head out.
Yep, we'll appreciate you coming on up here.
Take care, man.
Hey, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 200K likes. If everybody left like 10 likes right now, we'd already be there. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. If you're 18 or older and want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's a great little place. We talk about politics, religion, and philosophy. And with that, we can move on to the very next guest. But I also notify you every single time. You can also play bingo. If you join the Discord, discord.com/allegedly-Ian, you can go play bingo. It's a great place. Hey, what's up, Seth? Do you have a new argument or anything new for me?
No, well, I kind of did. I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that you're making, you say you're debating the non-existence of God, but why are you so passionate about that one subject?
Oh, yeah, just because it has like real implications on real people, right? So, well, first of all, it's like a strictly philosophical topic, which I'm very passionate about. And like sometimes it drifts into other topics that I also care a lot about. Like I care a lot about science. I have like 2 bachelors of science, and I know like a lot of random science facts. So it plays to like a lot of my strong suits. That's what I like about it. But it also does have like real implications for the material world. Like in Oklahoma, they recently legislated that every single class from like PE to health to like biology to chemistry to math, every class 5th through 12th grade in Oklahoma is going to have to teach things from the Bible in the curriculum. That's like crazy fucked up. I think that religion is like a scourge upon the country I live in.
So do you have any debates outside of religion?
Yeah, I mean, I'm cracked at the trans debate, but I don't really like doing that one because it makes me exhausted.
What are your pronouns?
They, them.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet. I accept your surrender. Peeled like a grape, gulped like a juice, cracked like a glow stick. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get this in front of as many people as we can. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Keep on sharing it with your friends. Yeah, bro ran. But do all that good stuff. Keep on squeeze like an orange. That's a good one. What's up, Justin? How's it going?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Yeah. How old are you?
36.
Yeah. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
So first, I want to ask you, how do you know what you know, and how do you know it's true?
Based on like my empirical senses and based on like customary tentative truths.
What's your worldview?
Like atheism?
Yeah.
Yeah, because God doesn't, or because like the God of the Bible, the Abrahamic God does not exist.
So I want to ask you if you would accept an open debate with me in about 2 weeks. I sent you a message.
And
It'd be just between me and you.
And I mean, we're having a debate right now. What's the problem?
I'm paralyzed. I got stuff to do, so I'd rather set something with you about 2 weeks and we do an open debate.
You can just like request to join the guest box and then I can get you if I get to you, but I can't, like, I'm not going to like set up a debate with you.
You sure? I mean,
well, yeah, we're like debating right now, right? Like if you want to debate me, just come on my platform.
I got time to do stuff, but I just wanted to kind of jump on here and just kind of see if you wanted to do it. So.
Yep. Well, I mean, you're like welcome to debate me right now. Otherwise, I'll probably move on to the next guest.
Yeah, jump the next one. I'll get on there with you later when I get time.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. But hey, what's up? How's it going, Terrence?
Hey, it's going well. How you doing?
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 28.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Yeah, I would say the cosmological argument. Like most things in science, like believe there's a cause and effect, and then for some reason when we come, most of the things, like except, do you have any examples?
Quantum mechanics.
Fair enough.
Thanks, C-Bar.
Fair enough. Okay. I'll say most things. Yeah, there are a few examples, but in this case, like we just ignore like the cause and effect, and then it's like do we believe that the universe was completely random?
Oh, I think. Well, what do you mean?
Like the cause of the universe happening was completely random. Like
I don't think the universe is caused.
Say it again.
I don't think the universe is caused. I think it's always existed.
And why do you believe that if we have like the whole Big Bang theory and like...
Yeah, because there was like something before the Big Bang, right? I believe in infinite cycles of big bounces and big crunches, as is indicated by the fact that dark energy is getting weaker.
Okay. Okay, I can hear that. What is like your strongest proof for that God isn't real?
Definitely just like the problem of evil, right? Like it just solos like really easily. So I'll do a different one. Okay, so do you think God is perfect?
I think God is perfect, but one thing that I noticed in a lot of these arguments, it's kind of like the belief that God intervenes with every individual human action, which they said that they do not. So God is perfect. God gives us free will, but unfortunately, early on, we gave ourselves the ability to do evil. And so humans aren't perfect, but God is.
Okay, so it's just going to be the free will offense, that the existence of free will is actually going to be an affirmative reason why God isn't real. Specifically, just because I can imagine a world without free will that would be vastly preferable in the eyes of me, presumably you, and like definitely God. That like this world, or like a very specific world without free will, would be preferable to the one we currently live in. I would ask you to imagine, or So the question I'm going to ask you is this: would God prefer a world where we have free will, but infinite people suffer infinitely all the time, or would God prefer a world where nobody has free will, but instead of free will, everybody just has like this innate, strong, like inescapable desire to just learn true things? And because in this world God is real, they inevitably come to the true conclusion that God does exist, not because they're like pre-programmed by God to love God, but just because through their desire to learn true things, they learn that God's existence is true. And also because God is the most lovable object, they learn that like God should be loved. So they end up loving God just based on their love for truth, but not out of free will. And there's like everybody just spends all their time like admiring God and like learning more truths about the universe. I'm not sure why God would prefer this world that I describe with no free will to like any world with free will.
Well, I guess to take it back a bit, like obviously you don't believe, but God didn't give us like completely like how to describe this. Well, God didn't introduce evil. He gave us like a version of free will. He told us, hey, you should do this, this, and this. But we went down the path of, going through the tree of life, like learning like from good and wrong. So like we didn't start off just doing whatever we wanted. We kind of just discovered there was evil, and then free will was opened up to evil, like once we learned that it existed. But evil wasn't introduced to us at first.
What do you think my argument is, and how do you think that responds to it?
Well, the second was kind of long, so I lost kind of the point in the second thing you described. So could you make it a little
Yeah. So the argument again is just that there's like a world that's conceivable that would be preferable, and it has no free will. So it's just a world where instead of free will, everybody desires very strongly and innately to learn true things. Okay. And because they desire to learn true things, they learn that God exists, and that's like a truth, because in this world God exists. So they come to a belief and a love and a worship for God based on solely a desire to learn true things, not because they're like pre-programmed or like puppeted to love God. That this is a world with no free will where everybody loves God, and they do so for like good reasons, specifically just because they know and like truly understand God.
Probably, yeah. The version where people like are looking for truth and then they naturally find God themselves. I think that's would be preferable.
Yeah, that's the world with no free will.
Why is that no free will if they just
because everybody instead of free will just has a strong desire to find and learn true things, whereas like in our world, if you accept that we have free will, there's like people who believe in God not because they understand God, but because they're scared of hell.
That is true, and that I don't believe that's like true Christianity, because like it's been perverted a lot throughout time. Like the goal should be to find the truth and then to come to your conclusion, but we just decide what we do. Like humans just do what they do.
Yeah, so the world with no free will in this case would be preferable to a world with free will, which means that if you think we have free will, that's an argument for why God does not exist.
I'd say in my opinion, but I'm also not God. Like I have my own opinions that maybe sometimes disagree with the Bible a bit, but I also recognize I'm a human. I don't understand the full big picture. So I have my thoughts, but that doesn't mean I'm inherently right with every thought that I have.
That's fine, but insofar as it seems like you don't have like a critique of the free will offense, we don't even need to say that that's like the reason why God doesn't exist, even though it is a reason why God doesn't exist. We can just say that that's a reason why the free will defense fails to defend against the problem of evil. That like giving us free will actually doesn't make sense from God's perspective, because he could have a world where like everybody loves and accepts him for good reason rather than being like puppeted or pre-programmed to do so.
Go to the next person. I don't understand like how you're making this argument.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. It seems like I don't know. You try. I can give like a different response to the free will defense if you'd prefer. Sure. Just that. Do you think locking people in jail restricts their free will?
It objectively does. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do you think it's good to lock people in jail?
In the context of me as a human, yeah, they do some crazy things. I want them locked up. I'm not God. Maybe even if he doesn't want it, I want it.
Okay, wait, so could we, it seems like God could just like help humans out in this task though, rather it just like seems like there's lots of times where restricting people's free will is good, jail being one of them. So if there's times where restricting people's free will is good, why would God not just like restrict people's free will when they're about to do something that's like really bad? Like, I don't know, create infinite suffering for infinite generations of humans by eating from the tree of knowledge.
I would say because he specifically said he's not going to take that role. Like free will, like getting in the way of the free will. He's like, hey, you're going to do what you're going to do as a human, especially since we've introduced evil to ourselves from basically day one. Now, yeah, God doesn't intervene with every individual action. He gives us the ability to make those calls. Sometimes we make it correctly, sometimes we don't, and oftentimes we don't, but we have the option for forgiveness later.
Does God always do the most good thing?
That implies that God intervenes with every single human action. So the way you're forming this question doesn't make sense, because he does not intervene with every human action.
So, I mean, is God all good?
Yes.
But God doesn't do the most good thing?
What I'm saying is he doesn't intervene with every human action.
We're not even at that point yet. I'm just asking you if God always does the most good thing.
We are at that point, because you're saying, does God always do, which implies an action given. Yeah, so that's going into every human choice. This question is loaded doesn't make sense.
Okay, so wait, is the answer yes or no?
You can't answer yes or no to a question that is flawed.
So what does the question presuppose that? The question doesn't ask, does God intervene in human affairs? It asks if God always does the most good thing.
When you say does, that's the problem with
Does God do things?
Yeah.
Does God do the most good thing?
When he does a thing, yes.
Okay, perfect. So God always does the most good thing?
Yes.
Perfect. So would it be preferable for a child rapist to get immediately teleported to jail as soon as they touch a child with those intentions, or would it be preferable for the child rapist to be allowed to finish and complete their child rape?
In my opinion, the first option is better. But to go back to what I was saying before, when God does something, it is the most good thing, but God doesn't intervene with every single thing. So kind of like with the previous 2 people ago, that's kind of what the whole miracles happen. It's when he does the thing, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, I was thinking Gifter. No, you're chilling. I'm listening.
Yeah, so I was thinking when God actually does intervene, that is when it's a good thing, but he does not intervene with every single thing that happens on earth.
Gotcha. So let's say that I'm an all good next door neighbor, and I hear somebody getting brutally unalived right next to me, in the alleyway next to me. So I can call the police, which would stop it, or I could physically go down there if I'm capable and throw the person off of them, to prevent the grisly unaliving. Could I be an all good next door neighbor if I just closed my window?
All good next door neighbor in that scenario. Well, your only action would be just to go over there. You could call authorities. You could do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So could you be an all good next door neighbor if you just closed your window and didn't do anything?
Yeah, if you close your window, no. But this is also assuming that every single scenario that nothing happens to help. Maybe help can look differently. Sometimes it's helping in a moment. Sometimes it's helping in terms of resources after the fact. But
after the fact of getting grisly brutally unalived.
In the context of Christianity, if I don't know, if you believe that there is an afterlife, after the fact could be going to heaven, that's a possibility. So in that context, sure.
So you think that it's possible that the all good next door neighbor, what they do is they allow for the brutal unaliving to go through, and then they kidnap the unaliver and torture them forever? You think that that's an action that the all good next door neighbor could do?
I think it's different because that doesn't help the individual that was hurt. In this scenario, God could bring them to heaven, which takes them away from all suffering. So
yeah, so let's do it like this. So let's say that the person getting brutally unalived is an atheist.
Okay.
Yeah. So what then?
I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Yep, that's fine. I don't know. I think it's good to think about your worldview more. But yeah. Well, do you have anything else for me?
No, I can go to the next person.
All right. Well, appreciate you coming on up here.
You take care.
Yep. You as well. Yeah, W guest. No, I appreciate it when they're good faith and can actually track. God, oh my God, me when a guest can track. Oh my God. Yeah, I get to bust out the good arguments, the free will offense or whatever. But yeah, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. I do appreciate you, guest. Make sure you're dropping a follow. If you never want to miss the debates in the future, share it with your friends, do all that good stuff. Let's get all the way up to 250K likes. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. Thank you all so much. And with that, I'll go to the very next guest. Also, if you're 18 or older, you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Mari, what's up?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, and do you think God is real?
I do.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, so to say that God isn't real is like saying the wind isn't real, or your parents aren't real, or anything that involves creating something isn't real.
I'm not really sure what the creator of wind is, but so for wind or my parents, I have evidence for both of these things. So what's your evidence that God exists that does not involve personal experience?
So, right, like the wind, everything is perspective, but like the wind, who you say you are, parents, just anything that is considered a label, could be considered real or not.
Yeah, but like some things are real. Hippo, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the community. I'm so glad to have you here.
It's like you can't see wind, right?
Yeah,
But we
but
know
I have
it-
evidence
we know
of
that
wind.
exists.
Yeah, like I can freeze it. I could like literally do like lots of tests to verify that the wind in fact does exist. I could view it affecting objects in like a very physical way. I have no evidence that God exists or interacts with things in like a verifiable way. Thank you so much for the gift. Appreciate that.
What is your opinion on who is God to you? Even though you're saying
Not real. I'm not really sure how to answer that question. It's like asking me like, well, what color are the Tyrannosaurus Rexes in your room? I don't have Tyrannosaurus Rexes in my room. I can't really answer.
so, what do you think God is?
I don't think God is real. Like fake? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what answer you're looking for.
The definition of God. What do you think that?
So I think that depends what theism you accept. Under standard theism, like the most common is that God is a mind who created everything, who is all good, all powerful, and all knowing, essentially.
Okay, and that's based on.
That's just like the standard definition of like most theists believe. But do you have an argument for why this God exists? Do you want me to make an argument for why this God does not exist?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Are you Christian?
No,
What religion are you?
I don't have a religion. I don't.
What's your
confess.
definition of God?
My definition of God is a creator.
Okay. What did God create out of?
What did God create?
You think that the order of events went like there was like nothing but God and then God made everything?
I mean, I don't know. I can't say that.
What did God make the universe out of? Thank you so much, Erica.
Everything that exists today.
Yeah, and what did he make everything that exists today out of?
I mean, that's very hard for me to say what everything is made out of, but I can simplify and say humans, nature, animals,
Yeah, that's
sky,
so
water.
I'm asking you like what substance are these things composed of? Like what did God make these things out of?
I don't know.
Okay.
That
I'm
doesn't
not really
mean
sure how to
that doesn't mean that there's not a creator.
Do you think
if your parents
God made
created
them
you, right?
out of nothing?
Do your parents not exist?
My parents exist, but because I have evidence for them, I'm just looking
what
for
did
the
they
evidence
make
that
you
God
out of?
exists. Well, my parents' body made me out of like organic molecules, basically.
Okay, so there's your answer.
Yeah. So, but these organic molecules already existed. So I'm asking you, what did God make like atoms out of?
I don't know, but
Do you think God said like abracadabra and then atoms appeared?
probably not.
Okay. So then, what substance did he make them out of?
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
I'm not God.
yeah, it's fine. I'm probably gonna move on to a guest who has like arguments, I guess. But I appreciate you coming on up here.
No problem. Thank you for having me here.
Yep. Thanks so much. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff as we move on to the next guest. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. It's having a great stream so far. If you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You can also join it by going to discord.com/allegedly Ian. You can go play bingo with the rest of the people who are currently playing bingo right now. It's a great space. I love it there. I'm very active in there. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good. How's it going?
Yeah, how old are you?
24.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, my personal experience of God that not
No, not personal experience. The opposite.
Oh, okay. So I believe that he is not created, so he existed before everything.
So I'm asking you, like, what your evidence is that God exists.
Well, because he created us.
Oh, so God exists
That's
because God
my
created
question.
us, which of course presupposes that God exists.
Well,
Do you have like a real
he
argument?
exists because also he created. Just as everyone, he came just like me, right? He created humans. He came to this earth. So there's evidence of that, you know.
Oh no,
So, like Jesus,
I
for
would
example?
reject that. Yeah, so Jesus existed. What's your evidence that Jesus is God?
Well, the evidence that, for example, the gospel.
Yeah, so you're saying that the Bible is true because Jesus resurrected, and of course Jesus resurrected because the Bible is true. So you're essentially just creating like this
No.
circular argument where you're
Well,
saying
I'm
the
not saying
Bible is
that-
true because the
I'm
Bible
not
is
saying
true. Do you have like a
that-
real argument?
Well, it's, matter and time.
What about them?
Is that? Well, he's not affected by matter and time, so he's just. That's another evidence that he's not affected by matter and time because he's all knowing. That's
Okay, that's
what I
fine.
believe.
This is also a circular argument, but it allows me to make like an affirmative negative argument. So, do you think God's like the sustainer of things? Like, do you think that it rains because God wills that it rains, and then it like stops raining because God no longer wills that it rains?
Well, for that, I do not know because we as human beings, we are limited by things that we know. So he only knows that. I cannot tell you that.
Oh, okay. So, but you think God created everything? So let's run it like this. So,
Yes.
do you think that? So the world, Bree, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the community. Happy to have you here. Do you think that the world only exists because God wills that it exists?
Well, yes, the world exists because God created it, right?
But is it because
that
God like
what you-
willed it into existence? There was like a time where God willed it into existence.
Yes, I believe that.
Okay, cool. So there was a time. Does God still will it into existence?
Like you tell me, is that God exists here?
No, I'm asking you. Like, is God continuing to will it into existence?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Gregory, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the community. Appreciate you being here. Gotcha. So you're saying that the world exists because God wills it into existence, and that it continues to exist because God wills it exists. So, Devin, thank you so much for the hand heart, and Bree, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So I just want to clarify. So you think that these things exist because God like wills that they exist? I'm just gonna ask you again. Do you think that it rains because God wills that it rains?
Well, now that you ask me, I believe so because he gives us because we are human beings. We're supposed to like eat. We're supposed to have food, right? So
Yeah. And
I
then when
believe now
it
that you're
stops
asking me-
raining, is it because he no longer wills it to rain?
that's a good question. You got me there, but like I would say,
There's not like a gotcha. Yeah, we haven't even made the argument.
okay. An argument I would say is that he makes everything, right? So at the beginning, like I said, it created the heavens and the earth. So at the end of the day, it's like already like willing to rain. It already has a season. Already has like those things. So like, I believe he does make it to rain. He does make it to stop. You know.
Okay, wait. Do you are you like a Christian? Do you think the Bible is true?
Well, I'm not like a fully Christian. I believe in God and I base my evidence in God because religion has been has been used to manipulate people to do all of these things. So I'm a believer in God and I'm a follower of God, I would say.
Yeah. So do you think that Jesus is God?
Jesus is God.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, gotcha. So do you accept the Bible?
I do accept the Bible.
Gotcha. Perfect. Yep. All right. So God isn't real because the Bible is false. That'll be the argument. So God is claimed to be all powerful, but there's a verse in Kings where God loses a war that he was trying to win. God is claimed to be all knowing, but there's a verse in Luke where ADR. Thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate you being here. There's a verse in Luke where Jesus learns things, so he was not all knowing. God is claimed to be all good, but then there's like a verse in Leviticus where he says that slavery is like totally cool. So your God is just like riddled with contradictions.
Well, it's not that he's rid of contradictions because he's limited. So he limited himself by taking a human form.
Oh, okay, wait. So do you think God is all-knowing?
Yes, he is all-knowing.
And do you think God is unlimited?
Unlimited based on what? What do you mean by unlimited?
Yeah, just that he's like maximally powerful.
Yeah, he's all powerful.
Yeah, so God is unlimited?
Okay, yes, he is unlimited.
Yeah, and then earlier you said God is limited.
Well, that's why he is unlimited out of here, like space and time. He's not affected by space and time, right? So when he comes to this earth, he takes a role like us, right? Where he's affected by matter and time. That's why he gets old. That's why we get old every day. But him, outside out of time,
Thanks so much for the hand hurt.
he's not
continue, go.
right. So out of that's why when he comes here, he was affected by time. He gets old like us and everyone, right?
Do you think God changes?
Well, if he's so powerful, of course he can change. Like
Thank you so much for extending your 1 month subscription. Appreciate you being in the community.
That's why he came here.
Oh, so you think that God changes? So that's going to be a contradiction with God existing outside of time. You can't exist outside of time and change. So let's break it down like this. So if you exist in time, you notice a distinction between moment to moment. Whereas if you exist outside of time, there's no distinction between any of the moments. You experience everything all at once. You live in like an eternal present, basically, that in this like one moment of existence, you just experience everything all at once. That's what it means to exist outside of time. You can't change in this state because you're experiencing everything all at once. So God can't change and also be outside of time.
Well, actually, he the only one can do that.
So God both changes because you agreed he changed, and you also think that he's unchanging because he exists outside of time.
Well, for example, right? So like you said, like.
Is it an accurate summary? You think that God both changes and doesn't change?
Well, he's God. I mean, at that point, like you in that question you're asking me, he could and he cannot.
So then God's nonsense. You would just affirm a contradiction directly.
Excuse me?
You would just affirm a direct contradiction.
Well, for example, right? Like I told you, like he can change. Well, he sent his only son here, right, to die for us. That means he gave him like power, just like to do things like we do, but he limited himself. So it's him. So he came like himself, God came into this earth. So
yeah,
he can save us.
God changed basically. So God both changes because he came into this earth that's like a massive change, and he doesn't change because he's outside of time.
Well, he's not affected by time.
Yeah, so he doesn't change.
He does change.
So then there's a contradiction in your God. It's just that simple, right? Do you have any other arguments?
Well, based off I would say us, like we are so perfect. Everything in this world is so perfect that it has to be a creator, right?
Do you think the fact that the sun gives us skin cancer is perfect?
I mean, I would say, well, it's because like bad things happen in this earth, it's not because of us, it's because of evil. So that's why, like, I would say, like,
Awesome. So the world isn't perfect.
no, of course, here is not perfect. Only up there with him is perfect. You know?
Gotcha. So earlier when you said, well, like, look around you, like, the world's perfect, there must be a creator. Like, clearly that's not the case because the world's not
I'm
perfect.
saying by perfect. I'm saying by perfect by how we are constructed. Like, for example,
Jessica, thank
every
you.
cell of our body, every plant and every animal in this world. So like is perfect. Like I'm saying, like obviously there's gonna be diseases, viruses, and everything, right? But what I'm going through is like it's perfect. But like, oh, we got air, we got water, we got like we got all those things, food that we can eat based on those things.
Not everybody. Plus, like, the earth is largely covered in salt water, which if you drink too much of, you won't be alive anymore. The world's not perfect for our existence. In fact, it's quite hostile to our existence. The fact that we have a sun that gives us skin cancer, the earth shakes, which takes the lives of tons of people. Natural disasters in general take so many lives and ruin so many lives as well. The fact that the earth is like majority covered in salt water, this is all strong evidence that the earth is not perfect for us.
Well, just like I tell you, if it's not fully perfect, because why? Because when God created this world, it was in His hand the most perfect. And while we humans, for example, humans, are starting to get into evil things, that's when everything went to bananas, or like went to.
Gotcha. Wait. But I just want to be clear. So your initial argument was that the earth is perfect. That's why God exists. But now we've shifted to the earth isn't perfect, and here are the reasons why it's not perfect. That's fine, but this just contradicts your initial claim that the earth is perfect.
Okay. Or in that sense that we hear that we have everything.
We do
Yes,
not. Like,
the
tons
other-
of people, I think like 6 million kids starve to death every year. We do not have everything.
But He doesn't have control over that.
Well, yeah, so the earth isn't perfect. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that he doesn't have control over that because this world is ruled by evil.
Oh, perfect. Wait, so then God's not all powerful.
No, it's because He gave us free will. That's why evil exists.
Yeah, so do you think that restricting people's free will is sometimes good?
Well, no, I would say like restricting.
Oh, so do you
people's
think that
free
it
will is-
restricts people's free will to like lock people in jail?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you think locking people in jail is bad?
Well, it is bad. Locking people in jail, it is bad.
So do you think that child rapists should be put in jail?
Well, yeah, because they're doing something bad, right?
Yes.
They're raping a child.
Yeah. Yes, that like sometimes putting people in jail is good. Sometimes restricting people's free will is like really good.
But the thing is, I would say, so what's your point? What are you getting to?
Yeah, just that like sometimes taking away
So-
people's free will is good if it prevents like lots of suffering.
But they're not taking their free will.
Yeehaw!
They're
Thanks so much for that
choosing
mustache. Well, no, but it does because you
choosing
said that
that.
putting people in jail takes away their free will. So if you lock up a child rapist, that would be locking up their free will. My argument is that it can be true that this like takes away their free will, but that taking away their free will would just be good. Like if you're going to use your free will to go and like do that to children, you probably should be locked up. And I think that there's no problem with taking away your free
just
will
like-
at that point.
just like God, right? For example, he doesn't say like, oh, love me, like no. He gives you a free will if you wanna do or
Yeah,
you don't
but
wanna
restricting
do.
people's
So
free
love-
will is good. So
love-
that doesn't make sense.
but He's not restricting it.
But
They're
it's
giving-
good
he
when
gives
people
them a
do
free
restrict
will
each
to
other's
choose.
free will.
I will not say He's restricting it. So like I told you, he is not hearing us, but like he can intercede with that. So like obviously like.
Do you think
it's gonna
prayer is
happen, you know?
useless?
Excuse me.
Do you think prayer is useless?
Excuse me.
Do you think prayer
Praying
is
is useless?
useless?
No,
Yeah.
it's not useless.
Oh, but if God's not going to interfere, then what's the point?
What's the point? What's the whole point of praying? Is that what?
Well,
you're
yeah.
saying?
If God's not going to interfere, then what's the point?
The point of praying is we as human beings have a relationship with Him. Have like just for example, you and your father, like if you don't talk to him, well, he's not gonna talk to you back. But like if you want to talk to him, well, that's for praying for like ask him for things that evil things that you do every day, for like him to like forgive you those things. So
Yeah. But if God's not gonna, so do you think like when somebody's at the hospital and they're praying like, please God, like don't let my child be taken by cancer, do you think that this prayer is useless?
It's not useless. It's because He has a better plan for them, you know?
Oh, but is He gonna interfere? Is He ever going to take away their cancer?
He could and He cannot.
Oh, so if He could, then that means that He's not disconnected from the world, that He actually does interfere with the world.
Well, obviously He created this world, like I'm saying. He is He could and He could not. But like at the same thing, He, like I told you, He gives evil to run the world. Evil means like we're not the first sinners.
That's like super cool.
That's what it
This
means.
doesn't
We are not
actually
the
help
first
you
sinners.
out in any way, shape, or form. Because if you think God doesn't interfere with the world, but also you think sometimes God does interfere with the world. Is it possible that you both don't interfere with the world at all, and also sometimes you interfere with the world?
Or He's gonna have to, because we are His children, right? For example, you and your father, He tells you, "Oh, don't do this wrong, don't do these things wrong, because this is gonna happen to you." It's like Him trying to tell you to not do these things, right?
Can you tell me what question I just asked you?
Yeah. What was your question? I got lost.
Well, I'm just asking you if you remember what the question was.
Yeah, the question was if He interferes here and if He doesn't. Is that what you mean?
Is it possible that God both interferes with the world and also doesn't interfere with the world?
Yes, it is possible.
So you think God is nonsense?
No, He's not. He is
It's
not
just a direct
nonsense.
contradiction. It's like a P and not P contradiction. You affirm that God does not interfere with the world, but also sometimes God interferes with the world. It's just a direct contradiction. Do you have anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to the next guest.
That's everything I got, I would say.
Yep. Appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, getting it in front of as many people as we possibly can, doing all that good stuff. Make sure you drop a follow so you never, ever, ever miss a debate in the future. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. What's up, Matt? How's it going?
Well, that's good. And yourself?
Doing well. How old are you?
Me, I'm 42.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
So first of all, I do have a question. What's your definition of real?
Existing in reality?
Existing in reality as in like what you can see and observe, or existing
Not necessarily.
in reality? Like, what
like
do
you
mean by
could say that like numbers are real,
So, like-
but they're not like you can't like see a 1.
Okay. And then you say not including personal experience. Is there a reason you're excluding personal experience?
Yeah, just because there's like a wide variety of reasons. One, it either didn't happen or it all has a naturalistic explanation behind it. Two, if I went through the things that these people went through, I would still be an atheist. Three, three, there's like these personal experiences in literally every religion, which means actually deciding on one is like literally impossible.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the last question I have is regarding the question itself. I find it intriguing for someone who doesn't believe God is real to spend this much time debating. What's the motivation? Like, why are you asking the question?
Yeah. Well, first of all,
to argue the point, or do you have an objective?
Well, yeah, I mean, I love philosophy, right? Like, this is a lot of fun to me. It's always a lot of fun to me to get to discuss like various philosophical topics or like scientific topics. But second of all, because it has like real implications on the real world, like the Oklahoma superintendent who mandated that the Bible is going to be taught in every single class, 5th through 12th grade in public schools. Like, the Bible is going to be taught in Oklahoma at like biology and in math and health. The Bible is going to be taught in all these classes.
Gotcha. Okay, so basically, the implication of another person's belief being imposed on other people is the concern. So having a debate on whether or not God is real is the best way you feel to combat that.
Well, yeah, essentially. Like, if somebody wants to be religious in private, like, go for it. I don't really care. But as soon as this starts to affect like people who don't share your religion, that's where I start to have serious problems with it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Jessica, thanks so much for the subscription. Appreciate that. Welcome to the community. Sorry, please continue.
When it comes to the best, no, you're totally fine. When it comes to the best argument for why God exists, the only things I'm really going to point to that are going to make sense are going to be personal experience, because when it comes to the scientific stuff and everything, you're going to be way more versed in that than I am. And the best example of where I can speak to why God exists is the evidence that's been observed in my own life. You know,
I'm just not really interested in everything.
I understand that. But the question was, is God real? If you request to join, if you disagree. So it wasn't if you have the best argument. So I understand where you're coming from, but it feels like you're just looking to go ahead and state your opinion and what you've observed versus hearing insights that might go ahead and contradict that and allow people to make their own decision.
No, quite the opposite, actually. So what I'm looking for is an argument, which is why I always shift the burden to the other person first, that if there is an argument they would like to create, it would be really easy for me to just railroad people and run the problem of evil every single debate. I mean, the problem of evil is just like a goated argument about like the existence of evil, like gratuitous evil. I could do that. I could do every single debate. Hey, why do kids die of cancer? Hey, why does God allow for gray pay? Why do animals suffer? I could do that every single debate if I wanted to, but I don't, because I want to hear other people's arguments for why they think God exists. So my the entire purpose of this is like built on dismantling other people's reasons for the things that they think, and I also have reasons to think what I think, which I present sometimes. But I open the floor up to other people to present that first. I'm interested in historical evidence. I'm interested in scientific evidence. I'm interested in philosophical arguments. What I'm not interested is like trauma dumps and anecdotes, which is why I don't want to hear people's personal experience.
Which I can understand that. So
A-Rig, thanks so much for the subscription. A-Rig. Welcome to the community.
So you said you could kind of just destroy people with the argument of evil. I guess my question is, if there is no evil, how can there be good? Or if there is no good, how can there be evil?
Yeah, I mean, if you think that God is all good, then presumably you think that there was only good in the world before God created. So that's the way that there could be good but no evil.
So I think...
Yeehaw! Thanks so much for the hat and mustache. Also, if you think that there's evil, unless you think there's evil in heaven, that would be like a different way. Also, I don't think that there should be no evil in the world. That's like a,
well, I mean, obviously,
let's not be like a straw manning Steve here. My position is that there should be no morally unjustifiable evils.
Yeah.
That there's like certain evils that lend themselves to the greater good. So, for example, without the evil of adversity, we can't have the good of overcoming adversity. Without the evil of fear, we can't have the good of courage. There's some goods that can only come about via the overcoming of specific evils. So I think those evils can exist, certainly.
So then I guess like, well, first of all, let's just take a step back. You said, do I think there is evil in heaven? I would, if we were going to even utilize the Bible as a context, using that as a framework, the Bible says that Satan fell from heaven, which means evil would have existed at one point in heaven and was cast out. So I don't know that there's ever been a place where there's a complete void of an ability to go ahead and go against somebody else's will or guidance.
Was there a point before God?
Choice.
Was there a point where before God created anything where it was like just a world with God?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Oh,
you?
so you don't think that there was? Do you think God created everything?
I don't know, and I don't care about that. I don't. I mean, I believe God's the creator, but what that definition is based on my limited scope and 42 years of what I've been able to observe and what I've seen. So, I think that's a lot like asking for a. When you look at like a horizon, trying to go ahead and figure how far away it is, it's tough to go ahead and discern. It's just off in the distance, and so to me, that was before I was. I don't know exactly what was before then. I'm not going to go ahead and try to debate on that. What's your question about that, I guess?
Well, yeah, it's the point is just that if there's a state where the only thing that exists is God, if you think that God is the cause of everything in the world, that God created everything, then that means that there was a time where it was God and nothing, so it was just God. Unless you think that God has evil inside of him, i.e. that he's not all good, that would lead us to believe that it's possible to have a world with all good and no evil. And also, again, this is just a straw man in my position because I don't believe that, I'm not saying that the world should have zero evil in it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying with that. I guess the question I would ask is why do you think that if God is all good, that evil, I mean, I get what you're saying. If there was a time before where God existed and nothing else, then evil at some point sparked. But I guess the moment you go ahead and give some form of free will, isn't there the opportunity to then go against? And if there's not that opportunity, is there free will?
Oh, well, sure. So I'll ask you, do you think that locking people in jail is a restriction of their free will?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that it's good to lock certain people up in jail?
Yes.
Yeah, so clearly there's some instances.
I think what you're asking is...
There's some instances where restricting people's free will is good. Like, if somebody's free will is being used to cause a gratuitous, unnecessary amount of suffering, if you're going around using your free will to, like, take the lives of other people gratuitously, then we restrict your free will. And that's, like, a good thing to do as well.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think then if you have a belief that someone is going to commit some sort of crime or act, but you have no evidence or they have not yet committed that act, do you think you should lock them up in advance?
If you have the belief but no evidence, like if you don't actually know that they're going to do it, you just think that they're going to do it, then that's like probably just profiling. I'd say no. But if you're an all-knowing God, however, on the other hand, then that's a different story because you do know that they're going to do the act.
And then how do you measure good? Because one of the things I thought was beautiful a couple weeks ago, my daughter brought up, if it wasn't for the fall of mankind and all the sin that has occurred in this world, many of the people who are currently on this planet would not exist, because I'm the product of lust out of wedlock. How many other people are currently on the planet that would not be here if sin didn't occur? So if you're measuring it in the moment of time, I always look at it like this. We exist in a moment of time. If I was to take a bottle and drop it, but my perception of time is only, say, a millisecond, it's going to look like the bottle's not moving. And if I'm trying to measure the value or the effect that bottle's having and falling through gravity, I'm going to think there's nothing. If, on the other hand, I live outside of time and I can see from the start to the finish, and I can observe that even though this negative occurs, it's going to end with me having more children than I would have had before, is that a negative or a positive? Like, it's tough to go ahead and discern when you're looking from a minuscule moment in time.
Yeah, so my question to you is, do you think that God has a moral justification? Is what you're saying that, like, from God's perspective, he sees how all of these evils are going to unfold and knows that all of these evil things that happen in the world actually create the greater good?
Yes.
Okay. So you would say that like something like child grape creates the greater good from God's perspective.
By the way, I want to say I appreciate you taking the time to do this, Ian. I appreciate your, like, even though we might be on different sides, you're very respectful in the way you approach it, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Hey, well, that's very kind of you. So do you think the question that I was asking is, so you're saying that, like, from God's perspective, the existence of things like child grape brings about the greater good.
I think that, again, you're trying to ask the question based on the incident. What's the aftermath of the incident? If that child then goes on to be the person who brings world peace, was it worth it? It's almost impossible for us to measure things. That's a heinous act and it should never happen. But if what comes from that is good, is it good or bad?
Well, this just sounds like a moral justification for child grape. That you're just saying that, like, it brings about the greater good. So I guess the question that I'd ask you, if Jeffrey Epstein knew the ways in which his, like, graping of children would bring about the greater good, would that mean that Jeffrey Epstein is morally justified in graping children?
Morally justified? No. It's still a heinous act and it should never be done. The question is it leading to good or is it leading to bad? I think you're saying because, I would ask you this. Can good things come from bad acts?
Certainly, but I think that if, given like the prevalence of child grape, that this seems like very unlikely that every single instance of this is lending itself towards like a greater good. But this answer is also like inconsistent. So if from God's perspective, Jeffrey Epstein's acts brought about the greater good, then Jeffrey Epstein would like definitionally be morally justified if God told him the moral justification for child grape.
So you cut out a little bit in there, but I would just say that I think, again, it sounds like what you're trying to say is that because good came from it, it somehow justifies the act. I think there's a reason why, if God is who God says he is, that the people who commit the act have punishment awaiting them. It doesn't mean you throw away the fruit that came from what was done.
So you think that there's like some aspect of good in every like child grape?
No, I never said that. That's
but you think it brings about but you think
you
think it brings about a greater good?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying,
so if it doesn't bring about a greater good, then from God's perspective, there are some evil acts that don't bring about greater goods.
Well, suffering is a real thing, and I would say that when that stuff happens, I don't think it was necessarily God's will or desire that nothing good comes from it. But I think there's a lot of times that people don't step in and don't act upon their conviction in their heart that they're supposed to, and so therefore evil momentarily prevails.
So the question is let's go back to the top. So from God's perspective, is every evil act morally justified in that, or not morally justified, but does every evil act that God allows to occur, do they always bring about a greater good?
No.
Okay. So that's different. That's different from the answer you gave before.
You're using a binary logic. But you're using what I said is a bad act can produce good results. It doesn't mean every single bad act will produce good results. It means over the time horizon of all history, that a greater good is being produced than a bad, although heinous acts occur.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Someone in the comments said that Biden just withdrew, so I had to go check that. But that doesn't seem to be true.
No.
I'm sorry. Okay. I got, one second. Let me just get back into it. So,
you're good, man. You're good.
Yeah. That'd be crazy. But I don't know. So, okay. Gotcha. So you acknowledge that you changed your answer, that initially you said that every evil thing, that from God's perspective, there's like a greater good to every evil thing that happens in the world.
No, that was your interpretation. What I said is, I think we're trying to measure things as they occur, and we cannot measure good and bad in real time. It takes the full picture to see how the picture is forming into something.
Yeah.
You took that and interpreted it as that means every bad act produces good. I'm saying I think that out of bad things, good things can occur, and overall good. We're trying to measure something in real time. It's impossible.
Wait, okay, because that's not. I could have sworn earlier, but that's fine. We can proceed with that assumption. So, if not every act brings about a greater good, why doesn't God stop the acts of child rape that do not bring about a greater good?
You're already going to go back to the argument of if we know that we should restrict people, and sometimes restriction of free will is a good thing.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Then
the
that means
argument I'm
God
making.
should
Yes,
restrict
correct.
that. Exactly. But again, if we made I know you're saying God is all powerful and all knowing, even if it was only for our benefit, because here's the reality: if God prevented that person from ever doing that, and we never saw that heinous evil act unfold, how would we actually know that person would actually commit that commit that act? God might know. But then we would have to be taken on faith that what he is saying is true. And as a human or as a person, we wouldn't be able to actually see he was punishing people for an actual crime. So if he prevented it, it wouldn't give us the opportunity to realize he really is just.
Oh, yeah, so here's what God could have done, right? Like in his holy book, he could be like, hey, sometimes I teleport people into the depths of hell. That's because they touch children with the intention of doing vile things to them. And then every time we see somebody like touch a child or get teleported to the depths of hell, we're like, oh, well, that person got teleported on the basis that they were about to like do that to a child. So why doesn't God do that?
So
Apparently, okay, everyone's saying that it is true. Apparently, Biden did end his campaign. Interesting. That's fun news for all of you.
That's crazy. Yeah, I would. I get what you're saying, but then you're back to the object of faith, and you're having to trust that what he's saying is true. I mean, the Bible says love always hopes. It's always going to go ahead and try to give a person a way out of going through with the act that they're currently going through, so they have an opportunity to relent. If they do not relent, then that's why punishment awaits. It's not his desire. It's not what he wants. He legitimately would prefer something different, but it doesn't mean everybody is going to go ahead and choose to follow God's guidance or even his suggestion. In fact, many times they're going to view it as a restriction. I mean, I know for the majority of my life, I viewed what he said as restriction until I had my own experiences that changed those. But again, we're not talking about those because I'm honoring what your request is.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm just not, it's like very unclear. And fuck, I might be spreading misinformation. I actually don't know if Biden withdrew. I'm sorry. I'm like distracted. I have no fucking idea, because people in the chat, everyone's like saying that he did. And then like when I'm trying to find sources, I can't find anything. And people are like, he said it in a tweet. And I have no fucking, I don't know. I'll just have to find this later.
Yeah, I know, right? People set you up for failure sometimes. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I guess I would just say, I think I understand what you're trying to say, but I think that is under the assumption that it would still be free will, even if he did not allow us to go ahead and live out the evil that we wanted to do. And I don't think it would be just if he punished somebody for something they hadn't done yet.
So he could we could do like the second like the actual evil thing happens, like the second like somebody like puts their hand on like a kid inappropriately, that very second they just get teleported to hell.
I hear what you're saying. And I'm not saying, here's what I would say with that. I hear the logic or the attempted logic in what you're saying. I think the challenge is that either, and I would go back to the beginning, in the garden, God entrusted the earth to Adam and Eve, meaning this is your domain. You're to go ahead and subdue it and put it in place. Once that authority was given over, now it's entrusted to us, and how we steward it from there forward either brings about good or evil. If he was to come in after the fact and just pull that authority away, now we're in a position where he basically took away what he gave, and he's no longer somebody who can be trusted at his word.
Wait 1 second. I'm so sorry.
Yep.
It seems like it is true. If you just go to the Joe Biden Twitter account, you can see it. Yeah, that's true. So, my fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, we have made great progress as a nation. Today, America is the strongest economy in the world. We made historic investment in rebuilding our nations and lowering prescription drug costs for seniors and expanding affordable healthcare to a record number of Americans. We provided critically needed care to Okay. I know none of this could have done without you, the American people. Together, we overcame. It's been a great honor of my life to serve as president. And while it has been an intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of the term. It's just on like the Joe Biden Twitter account. Yep. It's true.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. So what do you think my point was, and how do you think that responds to it?
Which point?
Yeah, about
We
like the
talked over a few
jails. Like,
different
how do you
things,
think
so-
that pointing out that like Adam and Eve? How do you think that actually like does anything, or
so you're going
gets
back
out of
to
like
the restricting? Well,
yeah.
So
Because
that's
so if
you're-
Adam and
you're
Eve eating the
basically
fruit,
saying-
if Adam and Eve eating the fruit caused like tons and tons of suffering completely unnecessarily, and typically we restrict people's free will when it causes tons and tons of suffering, then it seems like God would have been morally justified, and in fact, the moral thing to do would have been to like restrict their free will in that sense.
I, when it comes to that, first of all, I love the word that you said, seems. I would agree that it can seem that way. But it's regarding the specific question. I would just say this: I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for what occurred and them choosing to eat that fruit. So whether or not it's overall good, I can say that it brought about the good in my life. Otherwise, I would not exist.
So I mean, sounds good. Yeah, but
I'm just
that
going to go back
doesn't.
to the
So we don't have any like obligation, like a moral obligation to people who like quite literally don't exist. I'm not sure, like, by this logic, it would be wrong for you to not spend literally all of your time trying to make as many babies as you possibly can, because we have like all this obligation to create as many people as we possibly could.
Why are you assigning obligation when I'm
Because
saying
you're
it was the
assigning-
result of?
Because you are saying that there's like, or that it
I'm
would be like a
assigning
moral
value
good. Wait,
to
do you
what
think
happened
do you
as a
think, do you think
result
it
of
would
the
be
fall?
a
I'm not-
moral good? Do you think it's a moral good to have like as many kids as you can? Like, it would be like morally good to just try to get as many people pregnant as possible, like donate to as many sperm banks as possible. Do you think that that's like a moral good?
Do I think that's a moral good?
Yeah.
No. I
Oh,
think it's
yeah, sure.
interesting that that's the argument you're making, though.
No, but that's
Because
that's your logic,
Because,
right?
like, the end of that good resulted from the fall, that there's actually people who currently exist and who actually add value to the world.
Yeah, that
came
the
from
existence of
a
more
bad decision.
people is good. So
Look, I'll give
if you
you-
think
I'll
that
give-
the
I
existence
mean,
of
and I
more
know you
people
said you
is
don't like-
good, then it would lead us to believe that the good thing to do would be to try to get as many people pregnant as possible.
So you're basically saying because good can come from an act, that we should try to recreate that random act through our own effort in any way, shape, or form possible?
No, because your argument, your logic is that the fall brought about goods like the existence of more people. So you're saying that the existence of more people is good, which means that the thing that you should be doing right now is trying to create more people. You should be trying to get like as many people pregnant as
mean-
possible, so we can make as many people as possible.
To be fair, I mean the first thing God said was to man was be fruitful and multiply. So I do think there is value in multiplication, although I think there's supposed to be a plan on how that multiplication occurs. I don't think it's all the same. So it's not just like as many
Gotcha. So
kids
did
as
you
possible.
did you change your mind like from 3 minutes ago when you said that creating as many kids as possible is not like Gotcha. So you're just saying that,
I didn't say that.
that
That's
there
what
needs
you
to be a plan. I'm just not sure what the value of like creating like a billion humans is. Like I'd say that it's like an amoral. It's not good or bad. It's just like a thing that you can do or not do.
It's indifferent.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So
It's like,
do you think
take
your
it or leave
existence
it.
is good? Like, do you think your existence has value?
If I
Do you
didn't
think your
exist, I
existence is
wouldn't
good? Do you
know
think your
or
existence has-
care.
But do you think you add value or detract value from the world?
I think net I probably add value. I'd like to think that I donate to a lot of
would
people
agree.
who need it. I'd like to think that I spread like a lot of education.
I would agree. So I think that you being here is a valuable thing. And same
Yeah.
with me. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I get what you're saying. I'm not talking about a fictitious possibly there could be someone. I'm saying as a result of what happened, my direct life is a result of my mom getting with somebody else she didn't know, not outside of wedlock, and as a result of that, I am currently existing. I'm now the father of 5 kids. I'm in the household with them. My kids' life are blessed from the things that I've gone through. It all came
nice. That
from
just has like
negative,
nothing to do with anything we're talking about. Like I'm just not really interested in
Okay.
like talking about like us as people. What I want is I want to hear like arguments. Do you have anything else, or should I move on to
Gotcha.
the next guest?
So, all right. I think you should probably move on. I do want to say I appreciate your time.
Yep,
I appreciate
appreciate
you
you
taking the
coming
time
on
to
up here.
talk. It's interesting. All right, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. We suffice. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hi.
How old are
Okay.
you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born?
2004.
Yeah, gotcha. Only request to join if you're 18 or older. If you sound like a fetus, I'm not going to talk to you. Yeah, cap of the century. But make sure you're double tapping that screen. Let's get all the way up to 300k likes. Princess Leia, thank you so much. Appreciate that. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older and that you think that God is real. Also, don't be driving. Prefer it if you're not a yapper. But share it with your friends. If you want to go play bingo right now, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Would love to see you there. Only join the Discord if you're 18 or older, but you can join it by going to discord.com/allegedlyian. That's the join link. We recently got it boosted enough in order to be able to have a join link. Damn, am I going to get even a single one of these people up? That would be nice. But if you want to... Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 21.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I would say the existence of good, even though it's unnecessary in a chaotic universe.
Oh, okay. So I could just say that good evolved as like an evolutionary feature. So why can good not arise just via like naturalistic explanations?
Well, how would it be necessary? These naturalistic
How could it be?
explanations?
Why would it need to be necessary?
Well, how would it be beneficial?
Oh yeah, just like there's like evolutionary reasons why morality makes sense. So in complex social structures like the ones we have, we need to have cohesive societies, and cohesive societies are made possible via structures like morality. So for example, I want you to imagine like 2 tribes. So tribe A, these people have like a strong sense of morality, so they're not like raping each other and unaliving each other, which means that they all function really well and are capable of helping each other survive. And then in tribe B, they are running around graping and unaliving each other, so their social structures are all out of whack, and they're like taking the lives of the people whose survival they depend on for their own survival. So like which of these 2 tribes do you think is going to survive better?
I mean, yeah, the more cooperative tribe would survive better, but then there would be no reason for this goodness to extend to like outside of the species or outside of your tribe.
Yeah, so that's just going to come down to empathy, which is like something that helps us with our tribe. But that's going to be a difference not in morality, but rather ontology. That it's going to be based on the categories we put other things in. That we used to not very often differences in morality actually just come down to a difference in classification. I think the abortion debate is like a perfect example of this, where if you think it's a person, then you almost certainly think that abortion is wrong. Whereas if you don't think it's a person, then you're like almost certainly fine with abortion.
I see what you're saying, but how are you connecting that back to?
Yeah, it's not a difference of morality. It's a difference of like how you categorize specific things.
So then, if empathy evolved for like human communities to flourish, why would we have empathy for like non-human species?
Yeah, just on the basis that we empathize with suffering as a phenomena, that within suffering, in the same way that the sky is qualitatively blue, suffering is experienced as qualitatively bad. We also we have strong empathy for human reasons, but we're capable of extending this empathy to animals because we realize that animals are also suffering, and we're averse to like unnecessary suffering.
Would you say suffering is like objectively bad?
I think that it's qualitatively experienced as objectively bad, yeah.
Really? So you don't think that suffering can be a positive experience, at least for humans?
No, so pain can be, but suffering, it's going to come down to other factors as to whether this suffering would be good or bad. Like longevity and survival are going to be things that I would consider to be good. That if the pain of like the vaccine creates like the longevity of surviving, then it's like probably worth it. Whereas if somebody suffers for no reason, then that's like probably a bad thing.
But how can we say any suffering has like no reason? Like I don't understand how people make the argument that like because suffering exists, God can't be good. You know what I mean?
It depends, right? So because I would point to something that's like completely gratuitous and in no way morally. So I would say that the existence of morally unjustifiable suffering is evidence that God doesn't exist, because God would have an obligation to not allow morally unjustifiable suffering, like basically by definition.
What do you mean by definition? What is that?
Yeah, just that like if God is all good, then he presumably holds the desire to eradicate like evil wherever it is. So this would include things like unnecessary suffering.
Why is that a presumption?
Because that's just because unnecessary suffering shouldn't happen, because suffering is experienced as qualitatively bad, and all good being does things that should happen. One of the things that should happen are the ending of things that shouldn't happen.
But wouldn't the perspective that suffering is unnecessary, like if a God is all-knowing, wouldn't he have a perspective where the suffering is ultimately necessary, and then that's why it exists?
Gotcha, but then you just have to bite like the craziest bullets of all time, basically. That you have to, so you would say that God has a moral justification for every act that causes suffering?
I would say yes.
Okay. So from God's perspective, he would like morally justify the acts of like Jeffrey Epstein.
You mean like justify him not intervening?
Yeah, that he would justify that the acts of Jeffrey Epstein brings about the greater good.
Well, no, I would say that him not intervening in the acts of Jeffrey Epstein would bring about a greater good.
So if you had the opportunity to intervene in the acts of Jeffrey Epstein, would it have been a good thing to do it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I would personally, for sure.
Yeah. So what's the difference?
Is that I don't have a perspective outside of time where I can see the whole picture.
Yeah, but the argument you're making in this case is that from God's perspective, Jeffrey Epstein's actions bring about the greater good.
No, I would say from God's perspective, like respecting human sovereignty on earth would bring about a greater good.
Okay, do you think that there's instances where restricting people's free will is good?
I would say there's instances where it's beneficial, but I don't think it's ever good. I just don't think we have any.
What's the difference between beneficial and good?
Like, it's beneficial to put a child rapist in jail, but that's just because.
What's the difference between beneficial and good?
To rehabilitate them.
But what's the difference between beneficial and good? I'm not asking for an example. I'm asking for like a difference in definition.
I'm saying the difference between beneficial and good would be that good would be in a sense of, oh, this is ultimately good, ultimately just. Whereas beneficial
Gotcha.
would be like it works for us now.
So from God's perspective, is it ultimately just for Jeffrey Epstein to do what he does?
No.
Okay, cool. Wait, so then why doesn't God like teleport him into jail immediately?
Respecting human sovereignty on Earth.
Okay.
The Earth
So
is
so
not-
from do you think that things are like do you think locking people in jail is good or bad?
I don't think it's a black or white thing. I think it's gray. I think it's
Do you think locking a child rapist in jail is good or bad?
I would say it's gray.
You think wait, you so wait, you don't think locking a child rapist in prison is bad? Really? You don't think that's a bad thing to or that it's like a good thing to do to restrict the child rapist's free will, that's like a good thing to do?
I would say it's the best thing we can do. But I wouldn't say it's like ultimately a good thing to do to
So you would say that locking a child rapist in jail is not good?
ultimately, I would say it would be better, it would be more good if we could rehabilitate them without restricting free will.
You think
I'm
that
saying
child
because we
rapists can
don't
be
have the
rehabilitated?
Yes, I believe everyone who commits a crime could be rehabilitated.
Gotcha.
It's
So if
just we
someone
don't
like
have the
molests a child, do you think they deserve a second chance?
What do you mean by a second chance?
Yeah, that we should like rehabilitate them and like give them like allow them into society for like a second go round.
I mean, if they're rehabilitated and they've been fixed as a human, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's like fair enough, I guess. But do you think that like is it a restriction of someone's free will to rehabilitate them, or like because presumably during this rehabilitation they're not allowed to just like roam around in society? So do you think that putting them in like the rehabilitation center, do you think that that's like good or bad, or not good or bad, but do you think that that's like a restriction of free will?
I mean, it depends on whether or not they want to go into the rehabilitation center.
Yes, let's say they don't. Let's say the child rapist doesn't want to go into the rehabilitation center.
Then I would say it's better to put them in jail.
Okay. And do you think that that's a restriction of their free will?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And is it good to restrict their free will in that way?
By putting them in jail instead of rehabilitate, if that's what they want, you're not really restricting their free will. If they
Well,
chose
wait, but so
jail
they
over
what if they don't want to be put in jail either? They don't want to be put in jail and they don't want to go to the rehabilitation center. They just want to be out in the streets like raping kids more. Is it a restriction of their free will to put them in jail or put them in the rehabilitation center?
I would say it's a restriction of their free will to put them in jail, for sure.
Yeah, gotcha. And do you think that that's good?
In that scenario, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So there's some scenarios where restricting people's free will is good.
Yeah, it would be for the best in that situation.
Yeah. So similarly, it would be for the best for God to restrict the child rapist's free will to avoid the unbelievable amount of trauma inflicted on the child.
What's your question?
Yeah, well, it's not quite, it's a statement. Yeah, that it, presumably based on this logic, that it would be, thank you so much, Sim, I appreciate the confetti, that it would be good for God to restrict the free will of like a child rapist, that it would be good the second they like touch a child inappropriately to just immediately fling them into the depths of hell or like send them straight to the rehabilitation center or like lock them directly into jail without allowing them to go through with the act.
Are you saying that that's good, or are you asking me if I believe that that's good?
Yeah, well, like, do you believe that that's good?
No, if he just like teleported someone to hell, like from Earth, I don't think that would be good.
Oh, so you think that it would be preferable for God to allow the child rapist to grape the child than it would be to fling the child rapist into the depths of hell?
I think God interfering with human sovereignty would be ultimately more evil.
And what's the argument for that?
That if humans don't have free will to exist, we're essentially robots, which is
No, but that's not the case though, right? Because so he's not restricting your free will in the same way, but rather like in certain instances, there's like certain evil actions that you can take such that your free will gets restricted. like humans do that. We have good reason to restrict each other's free will by putting people in jail or like sending people to rehabilitation centers, even when they don't want to go to these places. That it's good to do these things despite the fact that it restricts free will. And it would likewise be good for God to do these things to the child rapist instead of allowing them to finish, even though that might restrict their free will.
I would say it's the argument that I'm making from a religious perspective is that it's ultimately better from God's perspective that humanity has free will over.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that it's ultimately inconsistent with the other views that you hold, which is that sometimes restricting people's free will is good.
How is that inconsistent?
Because you think that sometimes restricting people's free will is good, and also that God is all good, and yet God doesn't do the most good thing.
I don't think it's the most good thing. I think it's the good thing from the options that you gave me.
Yeah, so okay, what's the most good thing in the scenario of like a child getting raped?
What's the most good like outcome or the most good?
Yeah, just that like, so there's the scenario, child getting raped, nobody's going to stop him, nobody's going to catch the rapist not going to jail, not getting rehabilitated. What's the most good scenario? Like, what's the most good thing that God could do in this scenario?
I think the most good thing God could do would be to stand back and respect human sovereignty.
Gotcha. So you think that rather than like interfering to stop this thing, you think that God should just like chill out. So let's say I'm an all good next door neighbor, and I hear somebody getting like brutally unalived next to me, in the alleyway next to me. I could call the police, or I could go down and like physically shove the person off, or like prevent them from like unaliving the other person, or I could like close my window and ignore it. Could I still be an all good next door neighbor if I closed my window and ignored it?
No, for sure not.
Yeah.
I don't think a next door neighbor is comparable to a God that exists outside of the system.
Oh yeah, and why not? Is the like in the same way you couldn't be all good. Wait. Could you just ground that? Like, why would that not be the all good thing to do?
To close the window, you mean?
Yeah, like close the window and ignore it.
Because as an individual person, you can go out and stop this individual act from happening.
Yeah, and God can do the same thing.
No, but if you're God who exists outside of the human system, you have to intervene across the entire system to, like you said, teleport all child rapists to hell instantly.
Yeah, and why not? Like, why? What's the problem with that?
Well, the argument that I'm making is that it's ultimately better not to intervene.
Yeah, I know that's your conclusion. I'm asking you for the argument for that. Better. So you say that it's good to interfere and stop somebody getting unalived if you're an all good next door neighbor, because you have the ability to do so. That's your justification, that if you have the ability to stop an evil act, and you're all good, then you must do the thing that stops the evil act.
No, that wasn't my argument.
Well, because your justification for why you would be morally obligated to stop the evil act if you're an all good next door neighbor is because you have the ability to do so.
I was saying you have the ability to do so without impacting the entire planet.
Yeah, and God could do that. So why doesn't God do that for like 2 or 3, but not all of them?
Like, why doesn't he do it like twice and then never do it again?
Yeah.
Because that would make God inconsistent.
Yeah, well, wait, I actually don't even understand what the problem is with stopping all of them.
Is that then evil cannot exist, because as soon as it pops into being, it's instantly teleported to hell, which means
not true.
Now the system is filled with only good.
No, that's not the case at all, right? Because there would still be like certain evils that allow for greater goods. It's just that the evils that don't allow for greater goods are removed. So, for example, you could have adversity. You could have the evil of adversity to cultivate the good of overcoming adversity. That's like the evil that you're more than welcome to have. It's just that something like causing like a person a lifetime of trauma cruelly, it does not exist in the world. That seems to me to be like a much preferable world than one that does have just this gratuitous, unnecessary evil.
But aren't you presuming that some evils produce zero good?
I would say that the raping of a child produces zero good.
But didn't you just say there are some situations in which evil produces good, like overcoming it?
Yeah, but not the graping of a child.
Wait, so you wouldn't, because I was raped as a child and overcoming that adversity was an experience of good for me.
Yeah, do you think that that experience of good outweighed the like grotesque evil?
What do you mean? Like,
do you think that the experience, like the good experience of overcoming the adversity, outweighed or even came like, and like even within like the same galaxy as like the unbelievable suffering?
I would say, yeah, they kind of balance each other out because you're overcoming a level of evil, then that good is proportional to the level of evil.
Gotcha. So then you would say that there's like some instances where child grape brings about the greater good.
I mean, I've experienced, so yeah, I would assume that my experience isn't like a one-off.
Yeah, I think that like lots of child grape victims would probably disagree with you on that.
That it's just my experience of overcoming adversity that was good and that no one else experienced that.
Yeah, well, that there's like some people who don't experience like the good of overcoming adversity, or would probably think that like the evil of getting raped massively outweighs, like the lifetime of trauma massively outweighs any good that came about via like overcoming adversity.
I mean, I would just disagree with them. But that's a
you would disagree with the people who say that the trauma of getting raped was worse than the goodness that came from like healing from getting raped?
No, I would say that's their experience and that's correct for their life. But I'm saying the possible good that could have came around them from people who interacted with them having overcome that adversity might be better. Like what helped me overcome adversity was interacting with other people who did.
So you think that it brings about the like children getting raped brings about the greater good of them overcoming adversity?
Yeah, that's what happens. What do you mean?
I think
like am I saying in every situation the overcoming of adversity happens? No. That doesn't happen in every situation. But in the situations that it does, that's where it came from.
So what about the people who like just what about the people who would like just disagree with this?
What about them?
Yeah, like I think child like I think lots of child rape victims would like for sure disagree with you on this. That in fact that it was not for the greater good that they got raped.
I mean, okay, but I don't think their personal anecdotes are indicative of some type of global human truth.
Yeah, so the argument is just that if it doesn't bring about the greater good, then it shouldn't exist. That there's no justification for it. That God would then have a moral obligation to get rid of it.
My rebuttal is that every evil produces some type of greater good because my understanding of God is that good wins in the end.
Okay, gotcha. So you would say that the acts of Jeffrey Epstein produced the greater good?
I mean, I don't know what the good would be, so I can't say.
Yeah. I'm not asking you what it is. I'm asking you, did the actions of Jeffrey Epstein produce the greater good?
Yeah, I think that when people saw that documentary and it probably affected how police interact with those situations, it could have for sure brought about some greater good in the terms of awareness. Now the police might crack down on it, be looking for it more. People are more aware in those situations.
Yeah, but they wouldn't even need to do that. They wouldn't need to do that at all in the first place if it was just simply a thing that didn't exist.
But if it didn't exist, then that compromises free will, which I believe is evil.
No, because there's certain evils that we don't have the capacity to do. Also, restricting people's free will is good, as we've already agreed. So, for example, I don't have the capacity. I don't have the capacity to like blow somebody up with my mind. God has not given me the ability in your worldview to enact this evil. So he could similarly not give us the ability to grape people.
How would that?
Yeah, sure. So
removing
he could just create it such that the only way to make the organs functional, we'll say, is based on like a consensual and mutual release of like pheromones. That in order to make your partner's like organ functional, you need to release your pheromones, and in order for them to make your organ functional, they need to release their pheromones, such that the only interactions that happen are ones that are like purely consensual.
I mean, that sounds pretty possible, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So I don't know, it would be cool if grape was like an anatomical impossibility.
I mean, it sounds, if there were no other repercussions, but it's just physically impossible to great people. Sounds like a pretty great world. Oh my God.
Wait, so which part of that is physically impossible?
No, I'm saying if it was physically impossible to great people, it would definitely be a better world in our experience of it.
So then why didn't God make humans that way?
I mean, I don't know. The argument that I'm making is that good wins in the end, so that everything that is bad ultimately leads to an end where good wins.
Gotcha. Okay, but you think
for human development.
So I just want to be clear though, because you think that do you think God's all good?
Yeah.
So why would God give people the anatomical ability to grape each other, but didn't give people the anatomical ability to like blow each other up with our minds?
I would assume there's repercussions behind needing to interact with your partner's pheromones that would make reproduction more difficult. I mean, even from an evolutionary perspective, the reason that we haven't evolved to do that from an evolutionary perspective would be that it's not beneficial evolutionarily, that species need to interact with pheromones in order to get away from the story.
Yeah, but that's like, so what you're doing is giving an argument for naturalism. You're not giving an argument for supernaturalism. You're giving an argument for like why evolution is true. And if you believe in the Bible, then evolution would just like disprove the Bible on face.
How so? I never.
Yeah, because the Bible is like a rejection of evolution. It's just like wildly out of line with it. It says that God said abracadabra, then things appeared.
How does that reject evolution?
Because that's not a description of evolution. Things didn't instantly appear.
Yeah, but there's no implication of instance in the Bible.
Well, yeah, because it says that it happened in like a single day.
Yeah, but the Bible also says that days on earth are worth thousands and thousands of years in God.
So were these okay? But that would still put you at like a couple thousand years, several thousand years. That wouldn't put you in the ballpark of the age of the Earth.
Well, they didn't specify how many thousand. They just said many thousand.
Oh no, but it does, because it says one day is like 1,000 days for God, or like 1,000 years for God.
Yeah, but there are also other verses that say a day is worth thousands of years to God. And
Oh, so what's the verse that says that?
Here, let me look it up. I did this Bible years ago.
Oh, sure. I found it. That's fine. This would still not get you in the range of like the 4.5 billion years.
Well, wait, are you assuming that humans evolved naturally from the Earth just existing here?
Yeah.
Where do you get that argument from?
Oh, that's just going to be based on the theory of abiogenesis. So we have like scientific evidence that things evolved from non-living atoms. Whereas, wait, do you have any evidence that God just said abracadabra and poofed everything into existence?
I would say that I would just reference the Big Bang, to be honest.
What? I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. What do you think my point is, and how do you think that interacts with it? Robert, thank you so much for the $2 on Cash App. I appreciate that. Thank you. W Robert in the comment section.
I'm saying that the fact that the universe didn't exist and then it existed.
Oh, but I think the universe has always existed. And this is a pivot. Let's not be a pivoting Perry. This is like just a pivot away from the initial point. So how do you think life came about?
I think that meteors struck the Earth and provided us with water that had microbes and then evolved to Earth conditions.
Gotcha. So a story that is out of line with the Bible.
How is that out of line with the Bible?
Yeah, because it says that all the animals came about at the exact same time as the humans.
But it doesn't. The humans were noted to be created after the animals.
They were. It's the same day, right?
No, they're different days.
I thought it all happened the fourth. Maybe I'm mistaken. Let me just check.
Yeah, there was a specific day for humanity.
Let's check because I thought it was both on the fourth day. God said, okay, and then God said, okay, birds, okay, wait, God said, let the water teem, so God created creatures, and God saw it was good, let the lakes, okay, wild corn, yep, cool, God said, oh, but it did all happen on the same day.
What do you mean? Can you read the verse to me? If you don't
Yeah,
mind?
and God said, let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, the livestock, the creatures that move along the ground, and the wild animals, each according to its kind. And it was so. God made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, and all creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let us make mankind in our image and our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground. This all happens in the same day.
But remember, those days are also many thousands of years.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you said
think
that it
that's
didn't happen in the same.
inconsistent.
You said that it happened in different days.
Yeah, I was wrong for sure.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so it all happened at the same time.
No. A day to God is many thousands.
Gotcha. And how many thousand years is it?
It doesn't specify. It just says many thousands.
Yeah, so let's do the most possible thousands of years. Let's do 999,000 years, because otherwise you get into millions, which is out of line with the Bible.
Well,
So
a million could be described as many thousands.
Tracy, thanks so much for the $1 on Cash App, and then is that? Will, thank you so much for the Cash App. I mean, but then you would just use the word millions, right?
Well, why would you?
Because you would use the word million to describe a million things.
But now this is a semantic argument. Many
Well, yeah,
thousands
well, because we're
equally
talking about the
million.
wording of the Bible. Yes, of course.
Yes, but many thousands can still be referencing millions.
Yeah, so would you think there's a difference between thousands and millions?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool.
What's
so
the point with that?
Then the correct wording would be to call it like millions or preferably billions of years.
Well, if we're analyzing the wording, that wording could
Yeah.
have been
Wait, so did they lack
be more
the
understandable to
wording? Did
Hebrew
they
children.
Wait, did they not have the word?
No, they definitely had the word, but the Bible is also written to be able to be interpreted by small Hebrew children 3,000 years ago.
Okay, is God a perfect communicator?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, did God know that communicating in this way would turn people away? That it would be out of line with literal reality?
How is it out of line with reality?
Because he's using like an improper word. This word leads us to believe that things are like thousands of years old, when in fact they're like billions of years old.
I don't think that that's an improper use of
Fun, thank you so
1,000.
much for the subscription. I appreciate it. W Fun in the comment section. Welcome to the community. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I think the idea that if he didn't use the word millions and he said many thousands, that it couldn't possibly have been referencing.
No. The word that he should have used is billions, because it was billions. Do you think that Hebrews lacked the word billions? Do you think kids didn't understand the word billion?
Wait. Is the current scientific understanding that animals and humans evolved over billions of years?
Yes, that evolution started 1 billion years ago.
No, but I'm saying the day in which humans and animals were created in the same.
They weren't
Quote,
created in the
unquote
same day. That's the argument.
Yeah, I'm saying obviously it's not a day. We reference many times a day. Is
Yes,
20,000
yeah.
years.
So then why are you asking me about the day that they came about?
I'm not. I didn't get to finish what I was saying.
Gotcha, finish.
The point I was making is that if they were made in the same quote unquote day, then that means that that's a specific amount of time that could have been referenced with many thousands instead of billions.
Yeah, so how many
time
thousands of
between-
years are in a billion?
But it wasn't a billion years between the evolution of animals and the evolution of humans.
Oh, but it was though is the problem that from the very first
Really?
life form to the evolution of humans was a billion years.
Yeah, I'm saying animals. We're the fish of the air and the birds.
Yes,
of the sea.
yeah. So from like the first eukaryote animal, yeah, billions of years. You're looking at billions of years.
Okay. Can many thousands not refer to billions of years? Are billions of years not?
It sure
many
is a weird
thousands?
word to use.
Okay.
So if God is talking about billions, why would he use words like thousands?
So that it could be easily interpreted by Hebrew children. from
Do you think
1,000
Hebrew
years ago.
children don't know what a billion is?
I don't think they could really conceptualize a billion.
But you could use like the precise wording. I mean, it's going to be the same concept in their head. It's going to be just something that's big. So if God's a
Yeah,
perfect communicator, why would he communicate so imperfectly?
I would say that it's probably perfect from God's perspective.
Gotcha. But it creates like you use like crazy bullets that you have to bite, where you just have like no explanation. Like all you can do is shrug your shoulders.
How so?
Yeah, because you can't explain why God would go with the word billion instead of thousands when both of these words register identically to kids and one of them is correct whereas one of them is incorrect.
How is many? I thought don't they mean the same thing? Can't many thousands refer to millions and billions?
So if I told you I have many thousands of dollars in my bank account when in fact I have like $4.2 billion in my bank account, I would think that it's like pretty opaque to say that I have thousands of dollars in my bank account.
I agree that it could be interpreted as opaque. I just don't.
It's not. Wait. It's not like
mathematically incorrect.
It's It's not about like interpretation. So this is like the go-to interpretation, right? Like if somebody says like I have thousands of dollars in my bank account, you don't think that they have billions of dollars in their bank account.
True. Okay.
Gotcha. So then God's an imperfect communicator.
I would disagree. I don't think that because he said many thousands.
You just conceded.
He couldn't have been referring to billion.
But then it's just an opaque communication.
I mean, yeah, there are parts of the Bible that are even explicitly said to be poetic.
So do you think that thousands of years is poetic?
I think using thousands instead of billions to communicate to Hebrew children was probably a poetic.
So what's the difference in understanding to Hebrew children? It's not like they can conceptualize
No,
a thousand either.
Not understanding of their ability to conceptualize. I'm saying.
Well, they can't conceptualize a thousand either.
Yeah, I agree.
Gotcha.
I'm
So
not
if they
talking
can't
about their ability to
conceptualize a thousand
conceptualize.
and they can't conceptualize a billion, why would they say that?
I would say to be more poetic.
Oh,
If you're talking about fish
so if
and
it's just poetics, then why are you taking it literally?
What do you
Tracy, thanks so much for the $1.11. W Tracy in the comment section. I appreciate that.
Just because someone phrases something in a poetic way doesn't mean that it can't be interpreted.
How do you know that the entire Bible isn't poetic then? Which parts of the Bible
mean,
are
it
poetic
is.
and which aren't?
The whole Bible is poetic in parables.
Oh, perfect. So then how do you know literally any part of this is actually reality?
Because just because it's phrased poetically doesn't mean it's not communicating truth.
How do you know that like heaven isn't just like a metaphor, like a poem? How do you know that God isn't just like a poem? How do you know that like the resurrection isn't just a poem?
Well, something being a poem doesn't mean that it's not communicating truth.
Well, yeah, because if it's using like poetic language, then it's necessarily metaphorical.
How so?
So otherwise, if it's using literal language, it would be saying like the literal exact thing, but it's not. It's using like poetic language.
Yeah,
because it's
but
not
as
literal.
you
Yeah.
already but as you already conceded, it can still refer to the same thing equally.
Well, yeah, but it's like doing so in an obscure way. If God's a perfect communicator, he wouldn't refer to things in obscure ways. He would refer to things in direct ways. Especially if he's making claims about, like, if you opened up your physics textbook and then it had like a poem in it to try to explain something, you'd probably think that it's like a pretty bad physics textbook.
I mean, yeah, because the purpose of a physics textbook is to communicate the idea as directly, literally, and easy to understand as possible.
Gotcha. So God is being obfuscatory then.
No, he's not. No,
So, but wait,
not.
so he's not communicating the idea as clearly as possible. Is that correct?
No, he is communicating it as clearly as possible.
Oh, sure. So then why didn't he just say the exact value? So wait. I'll ask you. So which is clearer, a billion years to refer to the amount of time that humans have existed, or like billion, not humans, but like life has existed, like billions of years, or thousands of years? Which one is more accurate?
Neither. They can both refer to the same amount of time.
Whoa, wait. So okay. We're gonna go back to the analogy that you already conceded then, and I can just like squeeze you on this some more if you want. So if I say I have thousands of dollars in my bank account when in fact what I have is 4.2 billion, do you think it's accurate to say that I have thousands of dollars in my bank account?
Yeah, technically, mathematically, that's accurate.
But do you think that's like the clearest I could have communicated this?
No, in 2024, definitely not.
Well, wait. So in what time period would it have been the most clear communication to say I have thousands of dollars in my bank account when in fact what I have is $4.2 billion in my bank account? What time period would that be the most accurate way to communicate that?
That's not what I'm saying. The point I'm making.
So wait. So if that's because hold on. Because if that's not what you're saying, then that means that there is a better way to communicate. If there's a better way to communicate, then God's not a perfect communicator.
I don't think it would be a better way to communicate if he said the fish of the air, the birds of the sea, and then 1.764 billion years. I think that would have detracted from the poetic style, and it wouldn't have been as enjoyable a read if it said 1.7634 billion years.
Oh yeah, but it would have been a more accurate read, which is like the point of the book, right?
No, that's not the point of the book.
Oh, so the point of the book isn't to tell you about life?
No, the point of the book is to tell you about life in a way that can inspire meaning. If you boil it down to the exact amount of time, 1.678 billion years, that detracts from the poetic experience of reading the Bible.
I don't think so at all. In fact, I think that would lend a lot of credence, right? Because part of the point of the Bible, right, is to reveal some truth. In order to be a good communicator, you need to build up credibility. If your claims are not credible because you're saying thousands when in fact what you mean is billions, then it's like a pretty big detractor from your credibility.
How does that detract from his credibility that he used thousands to refer to billions?
Because it's an inaccurate word. I think if he gave the exact amount, that would have been like super credible. If the Bible gave like an exact amount for how long it's been since creation, I'd be a Christian right now.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think that's the purpose of the Bible.
The purpose of the Bible isn't to communicate the truth of the situation?
No, it did communicate the truth to the situation, just not in a way that would have been the most convincing.
Yeah, just in like a way where you have to like bend over backwards in order to see the interpretation.
Not really. You can.
Yeah. Well, so first of all, you have to. Well, first of all, you have to plug in that when God says a day, when the Bible refers to a specific day, what it actually means is thousands of years, and by thousands of years, you mean billions of years. Like these are the like mental gymnastics that you have to do in order to like reconcile this.
But that's not a mental gymnastic. If the Bible
absolutely is. It's like you're doing like crazy substitution.
No, the Bible explicitly states that when God says a day, it's not a day in human terms. That's explicitly stated in the Bible.
Oh, wait. So is that going to be true of every time it refers to a day?
Yeah, from God's perspective, for sure.
Oh, awesome. Wait, so if I find a single verse where God talks about a day, we can infer that it's not talking about a day, but is in fact talking about billions of years. Is that correct?
No, if God said
Oh,
Abraham
gotcha.
was
So
born
the
on this
opposite
day,
of what you were trying to
obviously
argue.
he's not saying
Perfect.
Abraham was born over the course of thousands of years.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, gotcha. So when the Bible talks in Genesis about it rained for 40 days and 40 nights, is what it actually talking about? It rained for like fucking like a trillion years?
I don't know which verse you're referring to.
That's going to be the flood.
Oh no, it's talking about Noah's experience of the flood. So obviously, it's referring
Well,
to
but
it.
the author, the narrator is the same because it's the book of Genesis.
Yeah, but we're not speaking from the same perspective. One, we're speaking
Why
from
not?
the perspective of God creating the universe, and the
It's
second,
wait,
we're
it's the
speaking
same
from the
narrator.
perspective of
In
Noah
both cases, it's like a
experiencing.
third person narrator. It's the same third person narrator. It's not narrated in first person.
Okay,
Yeah.
what was the point?
So the narrator is the same. Dream, thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate you. Welcome to the community.
What was your point with the narrator is the same?
Yeah, because so if it's referring to if when this narrator says one day, what they actually mean is like billions of years, then presumably during the flood, that means that the flood took place over like trillions of years.
No, then I wasn't saying when the narrator speaks of a day, he's referring to thousands of years. The verse,
Yeah,
what the
because
Bible
God
says
doesn't narrate the book of Genesis, it's narrated by a third person perspective.
Yeah, the point I was making is that the Bible states that from God's perspective, a day is thousands of years. If we are no longer talking about the perspective of God, we're talking about
It's a
Noah
third
sailing
person
in a boat,
perspective.
referring to God creating.
Do you know what
the
a
universe.
third person perspective is?
Do you want to explain it to the audience?
Yeah, well, I'm explaining it to you, it seems. So
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
it's when it's referring to like characters where the narrator themselves is not a character. So a first person story would be like, I did this, and then I did this, and then I went here. Whereas like a third person would be like, this character did this, and then this character did that, and then this character did this. So it's the same narrator. But when they talk about one time, when the narrator talks about days, you assume it's like they mean, well, by day they mean thousands of years, and by thousands of years they mean billions of years. Whereas when it talks about like the 40 days and 40 nights of the flood in the exact same book with the exact same narrator, you now have this double standard.
It's not a double standard because we're referring to two different entities. In one situation, we're referring to a timeless God that exists outside of the universe. And in another situation, we're referring to a man and his kids on a boat.
Wait, so I'm just going to ask you then. So, from the perspective of the third person narrator, who is neither God nor Noah, by the way, to this person is a day also billions of years?
No, I'm saying the perspective.
Oh, so
that
if
the
it's not billions of
narrator
years,
is
then that
talking
means that you're
about.
committed to the view that it happened in 7 days.
I'm not. I said I wasn't.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. So you accept the premises and you reject the conclusion. It's just logic.
No. What I'm saying is if we're referring to God creating the universe, it took God a day to do this. For God, a day is this amount of time. If we're referring to Noah sailing on a boat, Noah sailed for 40 days. Obviously, Noah's perspective of a day isn't thousands of years.
Yeah, but it's not. The story isn't narrated from Noah's perspective. That's what you're not
but
getting.
We're talking about Noah's perspective.
Wait, but it's not because it's not narrated from. It's okay. Could you explain? Because maybe you just didn't get it. Do you know what the difference between a third person versus a first person narrative is?
I'm talking about what the narrator
Wait, do you know
is
what the
referring
difference?
to.
That's a yes or no question. Do you know what the difference between a first person and a third person narrative is?
I do, but you could
explain
again
it
if you want
because you're not getting it.
No, I'm saying the third
Wait,
person narrator
explain
is
it.
referring to
I need you to
different
explain what the difference is between a first person and a third person narrative.
Sure, if I was writing a first person narrative, I'd say I did this here and then I went here. If I was writing in a third person, I'd say Jimmy did this here and then Jimmy went there.
Yep, perfect. Yeah. So is the book of Genesis written from a first person narrative or a third person narrative?
Third person, for sure.
Perfect. So the narrator is the same. It's from the perspective of the narrator, not from the perspective of God.
No, the narrator is explaining to you what happened. and he's talking about different people's perspectives.
Yeah, wait, but it's narrated from his perspective. If it was different people's perspectives, then it would be first person.
No. If
It
a
seems like you're still
third-person
not getting it.
narrator, No, if a third person narrator says Noah saw this, it doesn't mean the narrator saw that. He's saying Noah saw this. He's talking about Noah's perspective.
Wait, but it doesn't say Noah saw it raining for 40 days and 40 nights. It says it rained for 40 days and 40 nights.
Wow.
It's not talking about Noah. It literally doesn't qualify it as Noah's perspective even a single time.
Sure. Okay.
Perfect.
If you're reading from a literal perspective, sure. It doesn't specify that we're switching to Noah's perspective.
Well, there's not a switch in perspective. It's the same narrator.
Sure. What I'm saying is when it says
So if it's
God
the
did
same
this in a
perspective the
day,
entire time, then you need to go through the backbreaking mental gymnastics of saying, well, when the narrator says this, they mean this thing, but when they say this, they mean this thing. You literally just have to do it like completely ad hoc.
Not really. When I say that the Bible is poetic, it doesn't hurt my back at all.
Oh, but it does, because you have to say in some instances that when it says day, it means billions of years, and in other instances when it says day, with the exact same narrator says day, it means a day.
Do you know what contextual analysis is?
I do know what contextual analysis is, but it seems like
Can
you
you
don't
explain what
understand what a
contextual
perspective
analysis
in a
is?
text is.
Can you explain what contextual analysis is?
Yeah, contextual analysis means evaluating the context of the thing itself. However, when you're referring to the narrator, if the narrator is unchanging, if it's the same narrator, unless there's a switch in the narrator, we're going to assume that they're narrating the exact same time, unless the bullet you want to bite is that the narrator of the Bible is unreliable, in which case I would just reject the entire Bible because the Bible is unreliable.
Not really. If we're talking, I'm
going to make you reject a premise. Which premise do you reject? Or do you need the argument again?
Yeah, you can repeat it.
Yeah, cool. Gotcha. So, the difference in this case is going to be that if the narrator is reliable, then when they say the same word, they're going to mean the same thing. Do you agree with this premise?
No, not really.
Okay, so what's the argument for why you can have a reliable narrator who uses words to mean wildly different things?
The argument that the Bible is poetic.
Oh, gotcha. So then that would be an unreliable narrator. Do you know what a reliable narrator is?
No, could you explain it to me?
Yeah, so a reliable narrator is one who says things that are, it's like, they're not certain, or like, it's not certain that they're true. They could be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, so do you think the
what is a
Bible is an
reliable
unreliable narrator?
No.
Oh, so then everything that the Bible says is literally true?
No. Do you believe every
Wait. So then you need to reject one of the, because
is an
that's just the
unreliable
definition of an
narrator?
unreliable. Let's get like a literal definition of unreliable narrator.
Yeah, so by this standard, every narrator in every book of poetry is automatically unreliable.
Well, yeah, because it's like the point of a book of poetry is not to give like an actual explanation of something. It's not like the point of poetry isn't to be clear. It's to be poetic.
Yeah, but clarity does not equal correctness.
Well, yeah, that's true, but clarity allows you to access the facts of the matter, and what the claim is going to determine whether it's correct or incorrect, just based on whether it's in line or out of line with reality.
Yeah, but you can't make a claim on whether something is incorrect or correct based on the clarity of the explanation.
Yes, but you can then see what what the claim actually is, because so if you made a wrong claim that's like concealed by poetics, then you're just doing like, I don't know, at that point you're just doing like coward philosophy, like you're using weasel words, you're giving yourself like an infinite number of outs. Whereas if you make a claim very clearly, if I say the sky is red, that's a very clear claim that can then be evaluated as correct or incorrect. A good communicator is going to communicate clearly.
Okay. Oh, is your argument that God is a bad communicator?
Yeah, that God is an imperfect, that's like part of it, right? God is an imperfect communicator.
So then why would you bring up the narrator?
Yeah, because the narrator, if it's the word of God, then presumably the narrator is going to need to be narrating correctly. If the narrator isn't narrating correctly, then it's unreliable.
Yeah, but then you kind of shot yourself in the foot by admitting
In what
that
way?
the
What's the
narrator
contradiction?
isn't God.
Well, but the
You're saying
narrator isn't God. That's
isn't
exactly
God,
what I'm
but
saying.
The narrator being inconsistent confirms that God is inconsistent.
Oh, because if the narrator is
isn't God.
inconsistent, then we reject the entire Bible because we don't know what's true or not true.
I mean, sure, but I thought you were making
Oh,
an
perfect.
argument
Concession.
that God
Double
was
you concession.
inconsistent.
Then we reject the entire Bible. I'm glad we agree.
No, I don't reject the Bible. I thought you
Oh,
were
sure. So
saying-
then, because you just said that if the
So are you
narrator,
making a
so it
claim
seems like
about
you
the
agree that the
narrator's
narrator is
consistency
unreliable.
or about God's reliability.
What?
So are you making an argument that the narrator is unreliable or that God is an unreliable?
Yeah. So if the narrator is unreliable, then the Bible is unreliable.
How's that?
Because the narrator tells you the facts of the matter. If the narrator can't be trusted to tell you the facts of the matter, then we actually don't know what the facts of the matter are.
Okay, so why don't you trust the narrator to tell you the facts of the matter?
Because in one
of the
instance, they
poetic
use the
style?
word day to refer to a day, and in another instance, they use a day to refer to thousands of years, and by thousands of years, you mean billions of years.
Okay, so any narrator that doesn't speak with a literal literary style is unreliable.
I mean, in terms of like when they're actually saying like facts of the matter, yeah. If they're trying to give a description of something, and by thousands of years, or by a day, they mean thousands of years, and by thousands of years, they mean billions of years. Yeah, like extraordinarily unreliable. Yes.
Okay, so your argument for the unreliability of the Bible is that sometimes it uses the same word to refer to different things.
To wildly different things, yeah. And so he uses the same word in the same sense to refer to wildly different things, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's kind of just how language works. I don't think that's unreliable.
Not in the same sense it doesn't.
How so?
Yeah, because if you're using the same word in the same sense, then that means that you should be invoking the same definition each time.
I mean, that's not necessarily the case if you've already applied that there are different definitions for the same word.
No, because it doesn't actually spell those definitions out. And so a difference of definition would be a difference in sense.
No. You can introduce a word to the audience and then inform them that this word has additional definitions in the context that you're reading. And then they'll be able to understand, oh, this word can have different definitions. And they'll look at the context around the passage to understand what definition you're using for that word.
Yeah, well, but that's going to come down, that would be a difference in sense. Do you know what I mean when I say the word sense?
A difference in sense? No, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, just like that the word, so words get used in different senses. So, and when I'm doing so, I'm using them to mean like just a different thing. So if I said that there's like a Mustang in my garage, I could be referring to like a horse, or I could be referring to like a car. It's going to depend on the sense that I'm using the word Mustang.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that's what a sense difference is. So if God is using the word, or so if the Bible uses the word in the same sense to refer to different things, then it's unreliable.
But it's not using the word in the same sense.
Oh, okay. So then what's the difference in sense? Because it's using them in both instances to refer exactly and precisely to a period of time. It's using the word day to refer to a period of time and which events occur. But it's using them in like two very different senses.
Yeah.
Like
one
all of this
in
is
the
like
context
super
of-
ad hoc.
Yeah, sure. One of them is in the context of God creating the world. And then one is in the context of Noah sailing on a boat experiencing
But
rain.
both of them are in the sense of time, a passage of time.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that there can't be different definitions.
Yeah, but if it's being used in the same sense, there's not like words don't get used in this way, or at least it's like an extremely poor use of language. If you were, so like let's say by like red I mean blue, that would be like a really poor usage of language because like I am referring to a color, but it's just like a different color. Like it's fine to use blue to refer to like feeling sad. That's fine because it's like just a thing that's disconnected from color. You're not literally talking about a color, you're talking about a feeling. So that's fine. But if you use the word, if I use the word like like kilometer, and what I actually meant was like centimeter, that would be a pretty bad usage of words.
Right. And that makes sense. But if you establish to the audience that sometimes red means blue in this context, in this world, then if you say he was bleeding blue, the audience can use the can analyze the context to see, yeah, they're using the definition that means blue is red here.
So you think that there's wait, but that's like
blue.
That's like horrendous communication to say that sometimes blue means red. That's like horrific communication. That's terrible. That's like the least perfect communication that could like possibly exist.
Yeah, but you're saying that a poem isn't communicating well.
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, if it's like it's not poetic. It's like metaphorical. And yeah, metaphors are bad communication if what you're trying to do is give a clear message about life.
Yeah, but the purpose of the Bible isn't to give a clear message about life. It's supposed to point you to obeying God.
Oh, but I'm not going to obey God without like a clear communication on his part.
Yeah, and the Bible says that some people aren't going to do that because they can't interpret the poetry.
So where does it say that that some people aren't going to believe because they can't interpret the poetry?
In Matthew talks about how some people.
Gotcha. Let's just like search like
speaks in parables.
Matthew.
There's a verse in Matthew
poetry.
about Jesus speaking in parables.
Yeah, but where does it say that people are not going to believe in the Bible? Because I think it would be pretty funny if the Bible was like referring to itself. That seems unlikely. So what's the exact verse that we're talking about? And I just want to be clear. The claim that you're making is that the Bible says that some people will not believe because of the poetry present in the Bible. So what's the
No.
That is
verse.
Wait. Don't be a pivoting Perry. Just defend the claim that you made.
That's kind of funny. No, what I'm saying is that the verse that in Matthew that I'm referring to says that some people will be unwilling to interpret what Jesus says because he speaks in parables.
But we're not talking about like the word
that-
of. We're not talking about the word of Jesus. We're talking about like the Old Testament.
Yeah, the Old Testament also has poems and parables.
Yeah. So then this is just an unrelated verse. Perfect.
Not really.
Yeah, because it's referring to Jesus, whereas like all the stuff that happens in the Old Testament is the Father.
Well, no, because Jesus is referred to as the Logos, the Word of God, which is also used to refer to the Bible as the Word of God. So what can be
Gotcha.
applied
So
to
are you
Jesus
saying
can
that
be applied to
the Bible is like narrated by Jesus?
No. I'm saying Jesus is called the Word of God. Some people will not interpret Jesus because he speaks in parables. The Bible is also referred to as the Word of God. Some people will not understand it because it has parables.
Oh, so wait, is the claim about poetry or is it about metaphorical language?
Poetry includes metaphorical language sometimes.
But I'm asking you, is it poetry or is it metaphorical language? Because you said
both.
the word, wait, the word that you used was poetry. So I want to see where in Matthew it talks about poetry.
No, it's talking about parables.
Wait, do you think parables are the same thing as poetry?
No.
Okay, perfect. So you said poetry. Do you want to walk back that claim?
Not really, no.
Okay, cool. Then show me in Matthew where it talks about poetry.
No, it's talking about parables, man.
Wait, but you said it's talking about poetry. So I just want to hear where it says where it talks about poetry.
No, I was using poetry and parable interchangeably to refer.
Oh, so do you think poetry and parables are the same thing?
No, I was just using.
Okay, gotcha. So then you weren't using them interchangeably. So where in the Bible does it talk, or does Matthew talk about poetry?
He does, and he says parable.
Gotcha. So do you want to walk back your initial claim that the Bible says that some people won't believe it because of poetry?
No. You
Gotcha.
can just replace the word
so
poetry with parables using them interchangeably.
Yeah, so you just want to walk back the claim and make a different one.
I mean, if that makes it more understandable, for sure, yeah.
Well, that's what you're doing.
How so?
Because you first said poetry, but you agree that poetry are not parables, but then you try to defend it as if you said parables.
But parables
I'm
are poetry.
I'm confused what you're confused about, quite frankly.
No, I'm saying parables are a form of poetry, and that's why I was using them interchangeably.
Okay, I mean, this just doesn't make sense, right? Like, if you're talking about, like, because I don't know why you would be talking about, like, the broader classification when it itself is not talking about the broader classification.
I was just using them interchangeably for the purpose of being understood easier. I can
Gotcha. Do you have
parable
anything
directly.
else for me, or should I just move on to the next guest?
No, you can move on if you don't have any refutations.
Well, I do, and I gave it, and it's just that you like walked back your claim.
Well, what's your refutation again?
Yeah, well, the refutation is that you said parable, or that you said poetry when you meant parables, but you acknowledge that there's a difference between poetry and parables. Yet you can't substantiate the claim that Matthew talks about poetry. You can only substantiate the different claim that Matthew talks about parables. That's the refutation, in case you weren't tracking.
Right. So what I'm saying is that in the example of a day in creation versus a day of rain, I'm saying that Genesis is also parable.
Oh, wait. So is it parable or is it poetry?
A parable is a type of poetry.
Wait, so a parable is a simple story used to illustrate a moral or spiritual lesson.
Yeah.
So do you think when
Jesus
God
talks about fish,
so when God you think that the word day is a story?
No, I think God created the world this day as a story.
No. But do you think the word day itself is a story?
No.
Oh, perfect. So then it's not a parable. Awesome.
Yeah, the word day is not a parable. I'm referring to the story of it raining versus the story of God.
Oh, so you think the entire story is a parable?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. So a parable is definitionally a story as told by Jesus in the Gospels. Is Genesis the Gospels?
No, but Genesis
Perfect.
is the word
Wait,
of God,
awesome. So then
which
by
is the
definition,
same
this
as
doesn't fit so this definitionally does not fit what a parable is.
It does when the Bible establishes that Jesus and the Bible are both the word of God.
Okay, so it says that a parable is a simple story used to illustrate a moral or spiritual lesson as told by Jesus in the Gospels. Do you agree or disagree with this definition?
No, I agree for sure.
Oh, perfect. So do you think that Genesis is the Gospels?
No.
Okay, perfect. So then let's do it like this. Premise 1, parables only appear in the Gospels. Premise 2, Genesis is not the Gospels. Conclusion, there are no parables in Genesis.
I mean, sure, but I would just have to find another word.
Oh, so there are no perfect. So there's no parables in Genesis. Awesome.
No, not by the Oxford Dictionary definition of parable.
Yeah, but you agreed to the definition earlier.
Yeah.
Do you now disagree with the definition of parables?
No, I still agree with the definition.
Perfect. So then you still agree that there are no parables in Genesis.
No, they're just literary styles that have the same effect.
This is like crazy cognitive dissonance. All right, let's take it from the top, I guess. Wait, so do you agree or disagree with the definition that a parable is a simple story used to illustrate a moral or spiritual lesson as told by Jesus in the Gospels?
Yeah, I agree.
Perfect. So, in order for something to be a parable, it must be in the Gospels. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Okay, perfect. Genesis is not the Gospels. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
So, therefore, nothing in Genesis is a parable. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Gotcha. So, there are no parables in Genesis.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, when you said over and over again that it's using this in a parable-like way, what was the deal with that?
When I say parable-like way, I also said that I used the word parable and poetry interchangeably to get the message across better.
Oh, okay. So do you think it's used in a poetic way?
Yeah, I think.
Gotcha. So where in Matthew does it say the word poetry?
It doesn't.
Yeah, you have to do like this like switcheroo, which you've conceded isn't the case. Like you're on the hook for defending that it says in the Bible that some people won't believe because of the poetic language, not the parable, the poetic language.
Yes.
So where's that verse? Let's see it.
Sure, I'll look it up.
Yeah, let's find the verse that says some people won't believe because of poetry. While we're waiting for that, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Hope everyone's doing well. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to make Princess Leia a moderator. Yep, added as a moderator. But keep on double tapping. All right, what's the verse?
Yeah, I probably won't be able to find the verse quick enough,
Okay.
so I'll just concede that one.
Yep, double your concession. Do you have anything else?
No, not really. Before I go, what was your refutation about how days can't be used with different definitions?
Oh, well, just that so either they can be used in that way, in which case the narrator is unreliable, in which case I reject the entire Bible, or the narrator is reliable, in which case they use it in the same sense both times.
Okay, so question. How does having multiple definitions for the same word make the narrator?
Because using it in the exact same sense both ways means that your meaning is opaque, and thus you're not a reliable narrator.
So how does having an opaque meaning make you unreliable?
Because a reliable narrator talks clearly.
So if a narrator is saying something that is correct, but it's communicated unclearly, the narrator is unreliable.
I'd probably say so, yeah. They just said if the narrator isn't consistent, then I'd say that they're unreliable.
No, I'm asking if they communicate something that's correct, but they communicate it with language that is unclear. Is the narrator unreliable?
I'd say so. In cases that are egregious as this, I would say so. Yeah, absolutely.
Egregious as
yeah, egregious as like in one sense you use the word day to refer to a day, and in another sense you use the word day to refer to 1,000 years. By 1,000 years you mean 1 billion years. Yeah, absolutely.
No, thousands of years referring to billions. But what is the line where something is now egregious versus not egregious?
I think it's probably just going to be like a Sorites paradox that there doesn't necessarily exist a bright line, and yet it's like clear in the same way that like you can't tell the exact point where like a heap becomes not a heap, like a heap of straw becomes not a heap of straw, but you know that one exists.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep. All right. Do you have anything else?
You can move to
Otherwise,
the next person though. Good debate though, bro.
Yeah, good debate. Appreciate you coming on up here. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You can also join by going to discord.com/ allegedly Ian. That's the tag. So you'll never ever miss a stream. Only join if you're 18 or older. It's an active server and I'm very active in the server. I know I'd love to talk to each and every one of you. I'm probably ending stream for the day. But if any of you, who's live right now? Parker's live. Yeah, let's go raid Parker. Parker's live on, what account is this? Parker Needs a Job. But I love all of you. Thanks so much for spending the time with me. I know I always love to spend the time with each and every one of you, and I'll see y'all next time. All right, bye-bye. Buck. God damn it.